je malo teo kumi da podesi minić da se ne vidi nešto, znaš, to je sad već ono stvar dobre namere, znaš.
Šta? Da vidim da li kumi stoji dobro haljena, a vi ste me sprečili.
Ko ti sprečio, bre kuma bila pola u glava, sprečio ti je Vladan koji je
Znači, Vlado, ti si kriv, ti si napasnik u ovom slučaju.
Nije, on se samo čovjek obradovao. Kaže, to je njemu bio vrhunac.
Najbolji rođendan, kako nije.
Ali realno kuma nema neke sisa, a lepo da se vidi šta.
Ali kad cevne, brate, to je to.
Lano, vidiš ubijena sma...
Test.
Neću, brate, ono, pričam sa ženom. Valjda ne bi trebalo.
Jebem subotu.
Welcome my beautiful assistant.
Okay.
Stream elements. Welcome to my channel. Nightbot. Welcome to my channel. Speed. Is all we need. How can people look at this and say Hunt has lost its identity or is garbage now? The core gameplay loop and atmosphere has remained
لقد تم
the
تحديث
same.
مايكروسوفت هود كصوت
Hasn't
افتراضي.
impacted it in any way and the gunfights still absolutely rock. This event looks sick as well as most of the changes and updates too.
هذا كان people look at this and said Hunt has lost its identity or is garbage now the core urban atmosphere has remained the same. Ghostface hasn't impacted it in any way and the still absolutely rock. This event looks sick as well as most of the challenges and updates too.
How can people look at this and say Hunt has lost its identity or is garbage now? The core gameplay loop and atmosphere has remained the same. Ghostface hasn't impacted it in any way and the gunfights still absolutely rock. This event looks sick as well as most of the changes and updates too.
Jel čuš ti, Nenade, naratora, kad kucaš nešto kod mene u chatu? Nije tu. Sure.
I am Kevin Jimenez, the founder of Threat Interactive, a new game production studio aiming to unlock the full potential this next generation of gaming can provide. And we'll show just how by the end of this video.
Okay.
There are three interconnected factors that need to be addressed: creativity, performance, and visuals. Let's begin with creativity. Several videos online are already bringing awareness to the decreasing quality of gameplay, open worlds, and the microtransactions affecting the majority of games.
The two biggest video game makers in America now make most of their money not from people buying games, but on subscriptions and spending within those games.
Yeah.
In fact, Electronic
That's why
Arts
every game does it.
and Take-Two Interactive both make a staggering 75% of their money from what's called microtransactions.
Jesus.
However, I
75%?
personally loathe the popular critique that photorealistic games are not fun, they lack art style, and we need worse graphics to fix it.
Yeah.
This defeatist attitude is a byproduct of modern development, not visual progress. As industry game developer veterans put it, one thing you do is 10 things you don't. Currently, graphics dominate the do list, leaving gameplay and art style in the don't category.
He's completely right. I feel like visuals for games totally take precedent over gameplay. It's so weird how somehow with video games, gameplay isn't priority number one.
Graphics are currently in a chaotic state, but once the entire developer industry can easily create highly performant photorealism within their engines, competition can begin to solely focus on art direction and gameplay. But recent opportunities for outstanding games with captivating stories and incredible gameplay have been tarnished by the next two factors. 30 FPS on next-gen consoles is unacceptable for many reasons.
Because it sucks. That's the only reason it matters. Why is 30 FPS unacceptable? Because it sucks. If you look at it, it looks like it sucks. It's not even a question. It's awful.
It appears choppy and promotes a reliance on accessibility such as motion blur.
Yeah.
30 FPS also induces extreme judder and motion on numerous screens. With only 30 frames, the quality of gameplay logic and basic responsiveness falls short, especially when tons of other titles offer that same basic responsiveness.
That's right.
There are numerous 8th generation console titles that ran near photorealistic visuals at 60 FPS, and that was on 2013 2 teraflop hardware.
In my opinion, I feel like the expectation should be like 80 to 100 FPS, if not more. Like at this point, I don't even think 60 is enough to have like a really good, fluid, feel-good game. Yeah, like 120. Yeah, exactly.
FPS titles like Spider-Man PS4 are kind of excused here. But modern studios are churning out these half-baked games with absurd requirements.
Well, here's what the problem is, right? Like, look at this. I don't know. I thought Remnant 2 was good. But like, slop. Okay, I guess. And like these two, RoboCop, I don't know about this one. And people did like Alan Wake 2, to be fair. I thought Remnant 2 had good graphics, but so many of these games are just garbage games. And it kind of goes back to what I was saying before about how when a game is bad in one thing, in a lot of cases it means it's going to be bad in everything else too. Like, you know, Starfield, Suicide Squad, and Forspoken, these games are garbage in like 7 different ways.
Churning out these half-baked games with absurd requirements, creating an illusion that 13 teraflop 2021 architecture isn't powerful enough for basic photorealistic performance standards set years ago. This leads us to our final issue. The basic standard of 60 FPS is only offered at the cost of our next and biggest problem, visuals.
The bugs terrorize this planet with their mechanized
but the industry is advancing in it in a manner that is worthless during basic movement, through cancer and real-time rendering. A graphics programming scapegoat that is destroying every game in its path. It's called TAA, and that stands for Temporal Anti-Aliasing. And this includes upscalers. There are great videos trying to bring awareness about this, but Digital Foundry has an ignorant video that is quickly spreading inaccurate information that is damaging real-time rendering. I will expose false narratives as I show why TA has
anything about this
in conjunction with an abusive use of the power offered in current generation consoles. TAA and upscalers stem from anti-aliasing, effects that aim to mimic the benefit.
Why is he dressed up like Ellen DeGeneres? Why do that? What? Cause he's Canadian. Oh. Okay, never mind.
It's a 4K plus rendering, because 4K 60 FPS on affordable hardware, including that generation consoles, isn't feasible. True 4K or higher rendering ensures smooth edges on objects, better sampling on textures, thin objects, and specular highlights. As you decrease the resolution, stair-stepping aliasing emerges, and thin details on meshes and specular highlighting breaks apart. FXA addresses stair-stepping for a cheap cost, but introduces noticeable blur on the entire image.
Yeah, it just blurs everything out.
SMAA eliminates these same edges without any blur, making it much more superior. In fact, the only advantage 4K downsampled to 1080p versus 1080p with just SMAA applied is thin detail and specular sampling. But modern TAA is designed to run at any resolution by jittering the rendering view and aiming positions as framed.
Yeah, I noticed that. Damn, I had no idea why this happened.
Generated. After pixel reprojection logic is calculated and designed, the past frames are combined, creating an 8K-like resolution addressing thin, undersampled objects with specular highlight. But all versions of these designs have several issues. Temporal designs are destructive to object or character motion within view. The problems I'm about to show aren't usually visible under a slower threshold of motion, which is why the industry markets with slow cinematic trailers or graphical showcases. But
what the fuck? I feel like I don't even want to watch the rest of this video because it's gonna make me see things that I haven't seen. I'm not seeing them right now. It's like this is like a fucking Morpheus red pill, blue pill moment. But like after I watch this video, I'm gonna be like, oh my god, now I see it everywhere. Yeah, wake up. Alright, let's get woke.
Produced when gameplay gets annihilated with ghosting, blur, and smearing visuals. This is why still or slow image quality comparisons by major tech influencers are both worthless and misleading. What's the point in playing a realistic game that looks like this during basic player interactions? YouTube
wow.
Compression conveniently hides these effects of TAA and is usually mistaken for video compression artifacts. The 4K on YouTube resembles native uncompressed 1080p or the actual native uncompressed 4K.
Oh man.
Chances are you're playing games through HDMI or better,
yeah,
meaning your game's image quality is uncompressed. Temporal solutions and motion degrade resolutions similar to low bitrate video compression. So having TAA on your gameplay is like adding compression to your gaming.
I didn't even, so like if he's looking at it frame by frame, look at this.
Low bitrate video compression. So having TAA on your gameplay is like adding compression to your gaming experience. Because of current hardware prices that aren't changing anytime soon, 1080p and 1440p remain the most consumer-friendly target resolution.
Oh my, wait, oh my god, look at the difference.
Soon, 1080p and 1440p remain the most...
Jesus!
Consumer-friendly target resolution.
What the fuck was that?
1080p and 1440p remain the most consumer-friendly target resolutions. But TAA ruins the resolutions the most.
Oh my god!
Not only ruin affordable gaming resolutions, but also damages luxury resolutions for those with enthusiast grade graphic GPUs. TAA and FPLs are often bundled with ugly sharpeners that fail to fix ghosting or restore the original clarity and detail stripped away from smearing.
Yeah.
The FTA subreddit, up until the creation of the r/motion clarity subreddit, remained the only online community where consumers could finally speak loud against the industry's oxymoron stance on realistic graphics. And they've listed hundreds of games.
Dude, look at that sword. I love videos like this because it's like you begin the video by thinking that it's just some nerd that has like an autistic fixation on something that nobody cares about. And then you end the video and you're like, wow. This is fucked. This is awful. Yes, I know. It's based? I know. Look at it.
And they've listed hundreds of games with forced TAA, with recent titles throwing out traditional AA options for upscaling methods only. Remember the SMAA versus 4K comparisons earlier? You could get the same sampling quality on thin and specular by reusing a single pass frame, which means long ghosting trails, blur, and smearing could be eliminated. I have personally compiled several pieces of data showing these temporal methods could be redesigned to prevent all of these hideous motion issues, which are listed in the video description. But clear and good TAA will never become mainstream because the smeary nature of current temporal solutions are being exploited to cover up lazy and cheap development practices. In hundreds of game modes, if you can fully disable temporal solutions, you are punished severely with numerous rendering problems. Temporal dithering and frame bloody dependent rendering aspects.
Oh, that's terrible.
Temporal dithering and frame blending dependent rendering aspects.
Holy shit!
Bloom. Soft shadows.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Replacement for gray tree shadows. Ambient occlusion.
So it's just designed with all this in mind.
Screen-based contact shadows. Vegetation, fur, hair. Screen-based reflection.
The jitter can't be
illumination.
Never mind. West. Hell bomb on. Clear the area.
Materials.
No, not the
Oh wow! Look at that. Not that.
No, look, look.
Look at her glasses. This is awful.
Going down a support
geometric
weapon.
camera clipping.
No way.
Freedom forever.
No.
How? Introduction. And ray trace reflections. Strip away TAA in several engines, and these effects transform into an incomprehensible mess, or reveal a poor approach to an aspect of rendering.
So it was never actually done right in the first place because they just assumed that they just smooth everything over in the end? Is that accurate? This is an AI video, bro? Well, I wish they used AI to make these games. They probably would have been better.
The supposed fixes and optimizations offered by temporal anti-aliasing.
And also, I don't know if it is or not. I mean, it's just a guide.
But an industry lie perpetuated by Digital Foundry's TAA video.
Yeah, look at that.
Affirmative. Video is a claim that TAA and upscalers enable developers to optimize these effects by rendering them at lower resolutions, allowing TAA to smooth them with supposedly no cost. But if you do some digging, you'll discover older deferred titles from under a decade ago, rendering the same basic effects independently of temporal frame smearing with similar or better performance.
That's one thing I've noticed. I feel like graphics kind of peaked in like 2014 to 2017, and we haven't really had like a huge breakthrough since then.
Or similar better visual quality. And guess what? If you need extra performance,
I noticed that playing Metal Gear Rising
that
Revengeance
feature can be programmed to run at a lower resolution and or include own temporal accumulation without blurring the entire frame. Modern implementations of last-gen basic visuals perform more poorly because studios leverage the power of next-generation consoles to cut financial costs on legitimate optimization processes for faster releases. The financial savings don't end there, though. TAA and upscalers enable studios to save money by integrating these popular and fully developed temporal algorithms into their engines instead of investing in the development of genuinely high-performing and self-resolving effects.
Because it's more expensive.
TAA, a large portion of rendering advancement papers tie in TAA or mention in upscalers such as DLSS as a required condition to solve some issue with the design.
Oh my god.
Speaking of DLSS, people...
So...
Package acquired. Dropping package. Supplies.
That is insane. Wake up, Neo? Yeah, this is upsetting, guys. This is really upsetting.
North.
Where the hell does it? So you're telling me that they're saving money and they're still spending? Yeah, they're saving money and they're still spending over $100 million making these games. I feel like we have a problem here.
Only label it better than
What's
native
this?
because DLSS is always compared to native with TAA applied.
Yeah.
Anything compared to the worst case scenario will appear improved.
Oh my god.
Dropping package.
The so-called best TAA algorithms are needlessly expensive and brand specific.
Yeah.
First, I have a bone to pick with DLAA. DLAA uses too many pass frames for reconstruction, which causes two problems: long ghosting trails and significant blurring in motion compared to native with SMA.
Do you want to know what's so bad about this? Is that I actually thought with a couple of these games that it was a design choice. It was a stylistic choice. I didn't realize it was just the fucking graphics rendering being shitty.
Package acquired.
Yeah,
Stationary output. It also fails to prove stair-stepping in motion compared to SMA. Applying circuit methods with the newest DLL provides much better results, even though both examples are rendered at 1080p. But circuit method isn't cheap. DLA at 1080p on a desktop 12GB 3060 costs 0.75 milliseconds. Circuit method bumps it up to 2.44 milliseconds. Image quality is far from poor, but its proprietary nature, cost, and blue AI mistakes makes it unreliable for the industry. XCSS 1.3 native AA mode suffers from the same problems as DLI, but costs 1.44 milliseconds to 1080p on the same machine. Applying circuit method to get image quality only indistinguishable from circuit method DLSS, but costs 4.6 milliseconds. Next is Unreal's TSR. It's a little more complex because it implements circuit method natively, but I give it the fairest shot possible by using UE 5.4's more optimized implementation.
It's yeah, this is way worse. Like, you can't tell really with this image, but you can easily tell with this one. I just don't understand how it's so bad. And they spend so much money on it.
It's easy to appear superior to Unreal's TAA, but TSR suffers from a specific hazy visual appearance that video compression doesn't present well enough to compare with my criticism of that aspect. But besides whether or not you think it looks fine or not, the biggest issue again is the cost set by the maximum quality settings for anti-aliasing. It puts TSR 10 times the cost of TAA and stands around 3 milliseconds on a 3060 at native 1080p. That's the difference between 60 FPS and 50 FPS. It's still expensive. Let's look at the D4 TAA again from 2017.
Wait, this is the way it looks? Oh my god. Oh wow.
They didn't go with SMA because of the cost combined with the 4-way projection. So they started with FXA fallback for their 2-frame TAA instead. Well, what if they used SMA instead? We would get 0.36 milliseconds versus both unreasonable TSR times. With such a low base cost and these results at 30 FPS, if we wanted to keep AAA cost under 1 millisecond on modern affordable hardware, we could catapult the quality even further with 60 FPS and use that 0.73 milliseconds of headroom with aspects such as SMA or advanced motion vectors. Meanwhile,
I don't understand why they keep focusing on trying to make this like hyper realistic when the game plays at 30. I feel like if your game has to play at 30 FPS, it's like real life isn't at 30 FPS. So at that point, like, what about that?
TSR was put under the same scenario on screen, I guarantee you it would look like a slime show even at 60 FPS.
Yeah.
These are TAA design requisites that must be combined to keep TAA computations costs low and stop it from producing the poor image quality we've settled for more than a decade now.
Yeah.
You have served democracy well.
But effect dependencies prevent progress. Unreal has long been founded on this dependency, and still heavily does. UE5 is set to worsen this industry's problem because it's going to dominate the production of titles coming this generation. And Epic and its partners like CD Projekt Red have no concern over this matter.
Yeah, because CD Projekt Red is
so far to claim that FXA results in a loss of fidelity compared to their temporal methods.
Yeah, they're using Unreal now.
There's only 100 meters.
Because it's like, I think about these like up-res cyberpunk videos, and none of them look like this.
Misleading information about TSR, presenting it as a method to achieve near 4K quality with just 1080p inputs. Of course, they showcase this with a stationary example. In reality, 540p with sufficient temporal jitter and accumulation can result in an 8K resolution image with a stationary camera. Out of context fairy tales like this are damaging game development.
Wow.
Another out-of-context narrative Epic Games is pushing is that Nanite has a faster way to render geometry and aims to eliminate the LED pop-in association. Nanite does not increase performance unless you abuse your scene with extreme overdraw. I've compiled many tests of the specific next-gen lighting, and pop-in will still remain a part of your gaming experience because shadows, skeletal meshes, foliage, and open-world partitions will still introduce pop.
And we know this from Tax Day. Because Tax Day had that same functionality.
Even Brian Keras has stated Nanite can have worse performance on optimized meshes, but stated users still enable it to save disk space. This come as a perfect example showing Epic Games' flawed position on what modern games really need. It doesn't matter if your highly detailed open world game is 100 megabytes, but can't perform at a decent resolution and frame rate.
Yeah.
Optimized meshes don't even require nanite compression. But studios who use nanite save themselves money by not investing in quality LEDs. And mesh introduction transitional effects that give you better results. The good practice used on
I've seen that happen.
The use of bitmaps for subpixel detail.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, I left
it. You
guys see this? Watch, it just literally appears out of nowhere.
Okay, someone else pulled it.
Thank you. The good practice used on optimized meshes is the use of bitmaps for subpixel detail, such as the words on these pixel stones. Nanite encourages and is designed to render subpixel detail geometrically instead of textures, which causes extreme pixel crawl and artifacting, which you guessed it, can only be fixed by intense temporal frame smearing, creating a manufactured and limited scenario where flawed TAA appears as a better option. I understand the time and quality issues related to making good LEDs, but Nanite is the worst solution to this problem. UE5 will dominate all other options because this engine excels in support. I'm talking asset packages formatted specifically for Unreal, hundreds of documentations, shared public content, overwhelming logic support. Epic Games provides hundreds of free, basic, but high-quality assets when you use Unreal.
Holy
Every
shit.
major third-party vendor with game-related software always prioritizes support for Unreal.
I hate video games.
Unreal offers a unique amount of support for critical tools for basic workflows like animation and debuggers. It's intuitive to use in comparison with competitor UI and programming designs. For studios, finding individuals to hire is made easy due to the widespread popularity and adoption of the engine.
Yeah,
it's an
yeah,
advantage Unreal has acquired by simply existing as long as it has the way it has.
Probably know
that
it,
makes it the
but
go-to
you don't
for
really
software
play
and
this
digital
level of
media.
missions to
But the
level up
engine
your,
designs and its leadership should not be at the forefront of next-gen graphics development for critical reasons I'll outline right now.
That's like
Epic provides 30 FPS presets in Unreal because they don't believe it's inadequate on 9th generation consoles. Look at Fortnite 5.4's performance. The design is CPU intensive, sure, but the art style is difficult enough even with GI to provide a computational advantage. Yet it's one of the hardest games to run on the GPU side, even with a 60 FPS or high preset enabled.
Oh my
This
god!
style of performance offered by the engine's creators, of course would have been 30 FPS when basic realism or complex stylized visuals come into play. Epic has no experience making realistic games.
That's actually true.
Matrix Awakens is not a game. It's a visually exciting 30 FPS demo with enough motion for the high 30 FPS screen level. Consumers who didn't own a 9th generation console at the time.
So he's saying that, like, we thought we were living in a 60 FPS world, but we were in a 30 FPS world all along and we didn't even know it?
I can't wait to donate 50,000.
Holy fuck, man! Wake up! This is gonna, bro, I'm gonna be thinking about this for a while.
So the 60 FPS tag on the YouTube presentation assumed that was the case. People who did experience the demo firsthand, that wouldn't expose the fluidity issues of 30 FPS. Epic has no problem with using the flaws of their TAA or temporal upscalers such as DLSS for several effects I've shown throughout this video. Epic defaults their engine to rely on temporal smearing when very few TAA independent features remain undocumented and hidden behind loopholes most unsuspecting developers will never find.
I have no idea about any of this.
Heavy and blurry temporal upscaling as a viable solution on 9th generation consoles. And the biggest problem with Epic and their perspective on game development is that Fortnite drives their motivations for Unreal's development. Fortnite is a game with a very unique and uncommon problem the engine has to accommodate for. It's an open world map with a dynamic time of day and weather. This means real-time GPU calculations need to be computed per frame to account for those dynamic changes. What makes these calculations so much more expensive in Unreal is the fact that Fortnite's entire environment is destructible. This is why more realistic open worlds from 8th generation console titles have no problem with day or weather cycles even though they don't use light maps.
Yeah, it's like if I look at this game, there's none of that in that Metal Gear Solid. Holy shit!
Because their environment, or in other words, primary source of indirect lighting, is mostly static. These games use lighting solutions that bake small, memory-efficient indirect lighting hints that your GPU doesn't have to compute. This way, your GPU just calculates how these pre-computed hints correlate to the dynamic lights and shadows.
Yeah.
These lighting systems have their own limitations, but not a whole lot that can't be accelerated or overcome using 9th gen hardware.
And like, here's a good example of this. Have you guys ever walked inside of a room in Unreal and the room is super dark, and then in like a minute it becomes bright?
I'm just peeing
I
around the
wonder
map
if that's related to this.
What's of interest?
Okay, Mr. Blue, thank you.
Thank you.
Potential. Fortnite's GI, which is Unreal's Lumen, can't let developers with the common environmental properties bake any high-quality indirect lighting hints that save you performance. Unreal's light maps are uninterpolatable and have serious leaking problems that can only be mitigated with stupid amounts of VRAM memory. So many Unreal games are wasting performance for basic visual standards because your GPU is computer whether or not a Fortnite wall has been destroyed or what that wall looked like, etc. Lumen is noisy without TAA because it isn't designed to use stable or high-quality indirect lighting hints. So top that inefficiency off in games with other Epic game technologies like Nanite, Virtual Shadow Maps, and TSR, and we're left with games created faster than ever and as inefficient and as terrible in motion as ever. When this happens over and over again, it standardizes, which is why other studios are following these inefficient designs for their mostly static games that could use faster systems.
And so I think that I don't know what to say. Like, I think that the problem is that it creates. I think what he's trying to argue, I'm not sure because I don't really have like a background in this. I think what he's trying to argue is that the end result of this type of cost cutting is a worse product, even though for a lot of average users they probably don't care.
Epic Games' indifference towards underperforming
He's saying devs are lazy? Yeah.
third-party Unreal games
I think.
is the statement that big-budget studios should be customizing Unreal source code to provide more appropriate designs for their titles. True, but it's almost a catch-22. If a studio decides to use Unreal, it shows they lack the funding, interest, and/or innovation to manage the graphics themselves. This is exactly what happens when established studios throw out proprietary engines in favor of what Unreal offers.
Wait, what?
I have one more problem with Epic that I need to cover.
What?
Unreal is used for the automotive, film, simulation, and construction industries. That wouldn't be a problem if Epic wasn't constantly accounting for this user base and monitoring Unreal with algorithms not meant for consumer-efficient real-time rendering. Amidst of these issues, I gave Epic the benefit of the doubt and made a feedback thread on the Unreal Developer Forums 12 months ago, requesting the prioritization of game development and a larger focus on temporal smearing independence within their various effects. In only 11 months, it was voted as the #1 feedback from developers, replacing the previous #1 feedback thread made 3 years ago. Epic released several Unreal versions, including nothing pertaining to the thread's request, despite a solid number of educated developers ready to progress beyond Epic's limited vision for this generation of games.
Jesus.
This studio was created to begin the production of an intense.
Well, no, people use Unreal for all kinds of things. Like for architecture renderings and all kinds of other things too. Yeah, he rallied the devs. Yeah, this is insane.
A new IP consisting over 700 pages of detailed story and scenarios. Our game is conventional due to only requiring a mostly static world with dynamic lights, making our goals much more relevant to many developers and gamers.
Yeah.
We have paused the production of our game, so our unrivaled passion for motion clarity and performance standards for untainted photorealism can be met, which is why our solution is to create a custom Unreal via crowdfunding with custom systems that directly address the giant issues stated in this video. Don't think a custom Unreal engine will have an impact on developers? Take the finals for example. It performs so much better than other UE5 games. People defend Epic's UE5 and solely blame studios for any worse performing titles.
Yeah,
but the finals' extremely restrictive nature made using nanite and the associated
Pulling
virtual
down
channel
a
maps
support
impossible.
weapon.
And most people don't know that the finals uses NVIDIA's custom UE5 branch to make use of its lower quality but much faster dynamic GI, DDGI, instead of Epic's Lumen. The finals performance doesn't contradict our views on Epic's Unreal. It only proves our point. NVIDIA's custom UE5 branch is exactly how we want to execute ours. But as of now, we need funding to motivate higher, skilled graphic programmers. Holy shit! Will always be accessible for review and use under Epic's GitHub restrictions. Unlike industry leaders, we do not believe the future of graphics is dependent on blurry or expensive temporal smearing.
I feel like that's the case, yeah, because they do look so blurry.
The future is only possible if you care enough and support our vision for modern
There's exactly zero dumbing down in this video. Yeah, like, I'll be real, like, as somebody who doesn't come from a design background, a lot of this stuff went over my head. Like, I can understand the visual differences, and I get, like, kind of what he's talking about, but a lot of it, I don't understand this, because I don't have a lot of, like, I don't have any background in this.
Railgun.
So sponsors, investors, we're ready to begin if we've convinced you. Threat Interactive and my studio will be giving more details about how we intend to execute our plan in our next video. Until then, thank you for watching this one. And please like and subscribe to our channel and share this message on your favorite Discord server, subreddit, and social media.
That's what happened with me.
Together.
Holy fuck.
Thank you. Activity.
I'll link you guys this video. I'll give them a sub and give them a like. Yeah, here, you can subscribe to them right now. W video, yeah. Glad you're putting light on this. I had no idea about any of this, man. Yeah, please share. There's the video. Give it a like. Give them a sub. Threat Interactive.
We've got equipment.
And
Found something.
dynamic lighting was better 9 years ago. What? I don't even know what to say. That's ridiculous.
Tagging map. Northwest. Far. Dropship.
kills.
There's something here.
Fucking radar would have been nice, but nope.
Medals and credits.
Got a sample. Thank you.
Practice diving.
I mean, there's one all the way up north. Do that.
Northeast. Far.
Say it again, you're heading north.
No, I'm just saying that I pinged around the map and there's one all the way to the north. It's pretty far.
I passed that, it's like bad and empty. I might be wrong.
I got light armor, I should be back, so yeah. Once you guys reach the evac, then pull it. I should be back by then.
Okay.
Tagging map. North. 200 meters.
You heard the man, folks. Head for the evac.
Proceed to extraction when ready.
Just got more.
Not today! Dropships! Sample collected. Flashlight for Superman. Calling in orbital strike.
I dropped the gas on the EX fuel.
Throwing supply beacon. Calling in extraction. Pelican 1 returning to extraction point. Please ensure you're inside the extraction radius. Calling down a support weapon. Calling down a sentry.
Ready to liberate.
Let's see, shit. Don't worry, can see you.
Mine is only serving up.
Requesting advanced weaponry! Calling down a support weapon!
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Calling in orbital freedom never sleeps!
T-minus 20
Oh! What's it, guys?
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Requesting orbital strike!
Oh, yes.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Deploying equipment package. Pelican 1 landing in progress.
Canister's empty!
I think samples.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcements budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Democracy prevails once more.
Kad sam gledao ovaj klip, pomislio sam na neizvjesne ljude ovdje.
This is an investigative report addressing the most negative aspects affecting modern game development, specifically the deterioration of realistic graphics and the manufactured increase in computing cost. I am Kevin Jimenez, the founder of Threat Interactive, a new game production studio aiming to unlock the full potential this next generation of gaming can provide. And we'll show just how by the end of this video. There are three interconnected factors that need to be addressed: creativity, performance, and visuals. Let's begin with creativity. Several videos online are already bringing awareness to the decreasing quality of gameplay, open worlds, and the microtransactions.
A to ti je najviše krive konzole sa svojih 30 FPS-a limitacijom. Optimizacijom 30 FPS-a, ako je to vam optimizacija.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
A few more bots out of commission.
Thanks again, Mr. Blue.
Yep, thanks.
Mission coordinates locked. Allied engaging orbital thrusters. Hellpods prime.
Transactions affecting the majority of games.
The two biggest video game makers in America now make most of their money not from people buying games, but on subscriptions and spending within those games.
In fact, Electronic Arts and Take-Two Interactive both make a staggering 75% of their money from what's called microtransactions.
However, I personally loathe the popular critique that photorealistic games are not fun, they lack art style, and we need worse graphics to fix it. This defeatist attitude is a byproduct of modern development, not visual progress. As industry game developer veterans put it, one thing you do is 10 things you don't. Currently, graphics dominate the do list, leaving gameplay and art style in the don't category. Graphics are currently in a chaotic state, but once the entire developer industry can easily create highly performant photorealism within their engines, competition can begin to solely focus on art direction and gameplay. But recent opportunities for outstanding games with captivating stories and incredible gameplay have been tarnished by the next two factors. 30 FPS on next-gen consoles is unacceptable for many reasons. It appears choppy and promotes a reliance on accessibility such as motion blur. 30 FPS also induces extreme jitter and motion on numerous screens. With only 30 frames, the quality of gameplay logic and basic responsiveness falls short, especially when tons of other titles offer that same basic responsiveness. There are numerous 8th generation console titles that ran near photorealistic visuals at 60 FPS, and that was on 2013 2 teraflop hardware. So 30 FPS titles like Spider-Man PS4 are kind of excused here. But modern studios are churning out these half-baked games with absurd requirements, creating an illusion that 13 teraflop 2021 architecture isn't powerful enough for basic photorealistic performance standards set years ago.
This leads us to our final issue. The basic standard of 60 FPS is only offered at the cost of our next and biggest problem, visuals.
There's something here.
I firmly advocate for photorealism, but the industry is advancing in it in a manner that is worthless during basic movement, through a cancer in real-time rendering. A graphics programming scapegoat that is destroying every game in its path. It's called TAA, and that stands for Temporal Anti-Aliasing, and this includes upscalers. There are great videos trying to bring awareness about this, but Digital Foundry has an ignorant video that is quickly spreading inaccurate information that is damaging real-time rendering. I will expose false narratives as I show why TAA has ruined modern optimization trends in conjunction with an abusive use of the power offered in current generation consoles. TAA and upscalers stem from anti-aliasing, effects that aim to mimic the benefits of 4K plus rendering, because 4K 60 FPS on affordable hardware, including 9th generation consoles, isn't feasible. True 4K, higher rendering ensures smooth edges on objects, better sampling on textures, thin objects, and specular highlights. As you decrease the resolution, stair-stepping aliasing emerges, and thin details on meshes and specular highlighting breaks apart. FXAA addresses stair-stepping for a cheap cost but introduces noticeable blur on the entire image. SMAA eliminates these same edges without any blur, making it much more superior. In fact, the only advantage 4K downsampled to 1080p versus 1080p with just SMAA applied is thin detail and specular sampling. But modern TAA is designed to run at any resolution by jittering the rendering view in 8 or more positions as frames are generated. After pixel reprojection logic is calculated and designed, the past frames are combined, creating an 8K-like resolution addressing thin, undersampled objects and specular highlighting. But all versions of these designs have several issues. Temporal designs are destructive to object or character motion within view. The problems I'm about to show aren't usually visible under a slower threshold of motion, which is why the industry markets with slow cinematic trailers or graphical showcases. But motion produced from gameplay gets annihilated with ghosting, blur, and smearing visuals. This is why still and slow image quality comparisons by major tech influencers are both worthless and misleading. What's the point in playing a realistic game that looks like this during basic player interactions? YouTube compression conveniently hides these effects of TAA and is usually mistaken for video compression artifacts. The 4K on YouTube resembles native uncompressed 1080p more than actual native uncompressed 4K. Chances are you're playing games through an HDMI or better, meaning your game's image quality is uncompressed. Temporal solutions and motion degrade resolutions similar to low bitrate video compression, so having TAA on your gameplay is like adding compression to your gaming experience. Because of current hardware prices that aren't changing anytime soon, 1080p and 1440p remain the most consumer-friendly target resolutions. But TAA ruins these resolutions the most. TAA and upscalers not only ruin affordable gaming resolutions, but also damage luxury resolutions for those with enthusiast-grade graphic GPUs. TAA and upscalers are often bundled with ugly sharpeners that fail to fix ghosting or restore the original clarity and detail stripped away from smearing. The FTAA subreddit, up until the creation of the r/motion clarity subreddit, remained the only online community where consumers could finally speak loud against the industry's oxymoron stance on realistic graphics. And they've listed hundreds of games with forced TAA, with recent titles throwing out traditional AA options for upscaling methods only. Remember the SMAA versus 4K comparisons earlier? You could get the same sampling quality on thin and specular by reusing a single pass frame, which means long ghosting trails, blur, and smearing could be eliminated. I personally compiled several pieces of data showing these temporal methods could be redesigned to prevent all these hideous motion issues, which are listed in the video description. But a clear and good TAA will never become mainstream because the smeary nature of current temporal solutions are being exploited to cover up lazy and cheap development practices. In hundreds of game titles, if you can fully disable temporal solutions, you are punished severely with numerous rendering problems. Temporal dithering, and frame blending dependent rendering aspects. Bloom. Soft shadows. Denoise replacement for ray trace shadows. Ambient occlusion. Screen space contact shadows. Vegetation, fur, hair. Screen space reflections. Global illumination. Translucent materials.
clouds. Request approved, on its way now.
Dithering to hide geometric camera clipping. Mesh introductions. And ray trace reflections. Strip away TAA in several engines and these effects transform into an incomprehensible mess or reveal a poor approach to an aspect of rendering. These are the supposed fixes and optimizations offered by temporal anti-aliasing and upscalers. But an industry lie perpetuated by Digital Foundry's TAA video is the claim that TAA and upscalers enable developers to optimize these effects by rendering them at lower resolutions, allowing TAA to smooth them with supposedly no cost. But if you do some digging, you'll discover older deferred titles from under a decade ago, rendering the same basic effects independently of temporal frame smearing with similar or better performance and or similar better visual quality. And guess what? If you need extra performance from a demanding feature, that feature can be programmed to run at a lower resolution and or include its own temporal accumulation without blurring the entire frame. Modern implementations of last gen's basic visuals perform more poorly because studios leverage the power of 9th generation consoles to cut financial costs on legitimate optimization processes for faster releases. The financial savings don't end there though. TAA and upscalers enable studios to save money by integrating these popular and fully developed temporal algorithms into their engines instead of investing in the development of genuinely high-performing and self-resolving effects.
Automaton outpost scrapped.
Since TAA, a large portion of rendering advancement papers tie in TAA or mention an upscaler such as DLSS as a required condition to solve some issue with the design. Speaking of DLSS, people only label it better than native because DLSS is always compared to native with TAA applied. Anything compared to the worst case scenario will appear improved. The so-called best TAA algorithms are needlessly expensive and brand specific. First, I have a bone to pick with DLAA. DLAA uses too many pass frames for reconstruction, which causes two problems: long ghosting trails and significant blurring in motion compared to native with SMAA or stationary output. It also fails to smooth stair-stepping in motion compared to SMAA. Applying Circus Method with the newest DLL provides much better results, even though both examples are rendered at 1080p. But Circus Method isn't cheap. DLA at 1080p on a desktop 12GB 3060 costs 0.75 milliseconds. Circus Method bumps it up to 2.44 milliseconds. Image quality is far from poor, but its proprietary nature, cost, and Blue Moon AI mistakes makes it unreliable for the industry. XeSS 1.3 native AA mode suffers from the same problems as DLAA, but costs 1.44 milliseconds at 1080p on the same machine. Applying Circus Method gets image quality almost indistinguishable from Circus Method DLSS, but costs 4.6 milliseconds.
Sending down sentry. Sending down support weapon.
Next is Unreal's TSR. It's a little more complex because it implements Circus Method natively, but I give it the fairest shot possible by using UE 5.4's more optimized implementation. It's easy to appear superior to Unreal's TAA, but TSR suffers from a specific hazy visual appearance that video compression doesn't present well enough to pair with my criticism of that aspect. But besides whether or not you think it looks fine or not, the biggest issue again is the cost when set by the maximum quality settings for anti-aliasing. It puts TSR 10 times the cost of TAA and stands around 3 milliseconds on a 3060 at native 1080p. That's the difference between 60 FPS and 50 FPS. Still not convinced it's too expensive? Let's look at the DCIMA TAA again from 2017. These are PS4 timings. They didn't go with SMA because of the cost combined with temporal reprojection, so they went with a sharpened FXA fallback for their 2-frame TAA instead. But what if they used SMAA instead? We would get 0.36 milliseconds versus both unreasonable TSR timings. With such a low base cost, and these results at 30 FPS, if we wanted to keep AAA cost under 1 millisecond on modern affordable hardware, we could catapult the quality even further with 60 FPS and use that 0.73 milliseconds of headroom with aspects such as SMA or advanced motion vectors. Meanwhile, if TSR was put under the same scenario on screen, I guarantee you it would look like its slime show even at 60 FPS. These are TAA design requisites that must be combined to keep TAA computations costs low and stop it from producing the poor image quality we've said before for more than a decade now. But affect dependency is preventing progress. Unreal has long been founded on this dependency, and still heavily does. UE5 is set to worsen this industry problem because it's going to dominate the production of titles coming this generation, and Epic and its partners like CD Projekt Red have no concern over this matter.
The Unreal documentation goes so far to claim that FXAA results in a loss of fidelity compared to their temporal methods, which you should be aware by now is only a half-truth. They also provide misleading information about TSR, presenting it as a method to achieve near 4K quality, which has 1080p input. Of course, they showcase this with a stationary example. In reality, 540p with sufficient temporal jitter and accumulation can resolve an 8K resolution image with a stationary camera. Out of context fairy tales like this are damaging game development.
Another out-of-context narrative Epic Games is pushing is that Nanite
has a faster way to render geometry and aims to eliminate this LOD pop-in association. Nanite does not increase performance unless you abuse your scene with extreme overdraw. I've compiled many tests on the specific Unreal forums thread that proves this. Nanite can cost as much as next-gen lighting, and pop-in will still remain a part of your gaming experience because shadows, skeletal meshes, foliage, and open-world partitions will still introduce pop. Even Brian Karras has stated Nanite can have worse performance on optimized meshes, but stated users still enable it to save disk space. This comment is a perfect example showing Epic Games' flawed position on what modern games really need.
Deploying equipment back.
It doesn't matter if your highly detailed open world game is 100 megabytes, but can't perform at a decent resolution and frame rate. Optimized meshes don't even require Nanite compression. But studios who use Nanite save themselves money by not investing in quality LODs.
And not investing in mesh introduction transitional effects that would give you better results. A good practice used on optimized game meshes is the use of bitmaps for subpixel detail, such as the words on these Quixel stones. Nanite encourages and is designed to render subpixel detail geometrically instead of textures, which causes extreme pixel crawl and artifacting, which you guessed it, can only be fixed by intense temporal frame smearing, creating a manufactured and limited scenario where flawed TAA appears as the better option. I understand the time and quality issues related to making good LDs, but Nanite is the worst solution to this problem.
UE5 will dominate all other options because this engine excels in support.
I'm talking asset packages formatted specifically for Unreal, hundreds of documentations, shared public content, overwhelming logic support. Epic Games provides hundreds of free, basic, but high-quality assets when you use Unreal. Every major third-party vendor with game-related software always prioritizes support for Unreal. Unreal offers a unique amount of support for critical tools for basic workflows like animation and debuggers. It's intuitive to use in comparison with competitor UI and programming designs. For studios, finding individuals to hire is made easy due to the widespread popularity and adoption of the engine. It's an advantage Unreal has acquired by simply existing as long as it has the way it has. That makes it the go-to for software and digital media. But the engine designs and its leadership should not be at the forefront of next-gen graphics development for critical reasons I'll outline right now. Epic provides 30 FPS presets in Unreal because they don't believe it's inadequate on 9th generation consoles. Look at Fortnite 5.4's performance. The design is CPU intensive, sure, but the art style is simplistic enough even with GI it should provide a computational advantage. Yet it's one of the hardest games to run on the GPU side even with a 60 FPS or high preset enabled. If this is the best performance offered by the engine's creators, of course it'll defend 30 FPS when basic realism or complex stylized visuals come into play. Epic has no experience making realistic games. The Matrix Awakens is not a game. It's a visually exciting 30 FPS demo with enough motion blur to hide the 30 FPS screen judder. Consumers who didn't own a 9th generation console at the time saw the 60 FPS tag on the YouTube presentation and assumed that was the case. People who did experience the demo firsthand were given basic interactions through a locked aiming system that wouldn't expose the fluidity issues of 30 FPS. Epic has no problem with using the flaws of their TAA or temporal upscalers such as DLSS for several effects I've shown throughout this video. Epic defaults their engine to rely on temporal smearing when very few TAA independent features remain undocumented and hidden behind loopholes most unsuspecting developers will never find. They shamelessly promote heavy and blurry temporal upscaling as a viable solution on 9th generation consoles. And the biggest problem with Epic and their perspective on game development is that Fortnite drives their motivations for Unreal's development. Fortnite is a game with a very unique and uncommon problem the engine has to accommodate for. It's an open world map in a dynamic time of day and weather. This means real-time GPU calculations need to be computed per frame to account for those dynamic changes. What makes these calculations so much more expensive in Unreal is the fact that Fortnite's entire environment is destructible. This is why more realistic open worlds from 8th generation console titles have no problem with day or weather cycles even though they don't use light maps. because their environment, or in other words, primary source of indirect lighting, is mostly static. These games use lighting solutions that bait small, memory-efficient indirect lighting hints that your GPU doesn't have to compute. This way, your GPU just calculates how these pre-computed hints correlate to the dynamic lights and shadows. These lighting systems have their own limitations, but not a whole lot that can't be accelerated or overcome using 9th Gen's hardware full potential. Fortnite's GI, which is Unreal's Lumen, can't let developers with the common environmental properties bake any high-quality indirect lighting hints that save you performance. Unreal's light maps are uninterpolatable and have serious leaking problems that can only be mitigated with stupid amounts of VRAM memory. So many Unreal games are wasting performance for basic visual standards because your GPU is computer whether or not a Fortnite wall has been destroyed or what that wall looks like, etc. Lumen is noisy without TAA because it isn't designed to use stable or high-quality indirect lighting hints. So top that inefficiency off in games with other Epic game technologies like Nanite, Virtual Shadow Maps, and TSR, and we're left with games created faster than ever and as inefficient and as terrible in motion as ever. When this happens over and over again, it standardizes, which is why other studios are following these inefficient designs for their mostly static games that could use faster systems. Epic Games' indifference towards underperforming or poor visuals that appear in third-party Unreal games is the statement that big budget studios should be customizing Unreal source code to provide more appropriate designs for their titles. True, but it's almost a catch-22. If a studio decides to use Unreal, it shows they lack the funding, interest, and/or innovation to manage the graphics themselves. This is exactly what happens when established studios throw out proprietary engines in favor of what Unreal offers. I have one more problem with Epic that I need to cover. Unreal is used for the automotive, film, simulation, and construction industries. That wouldn't be a problem if Epic wasn't constantly accounting for this user base and modeling Unreal with algorithms not meant for consumer-efficient real-time rendering. Amidst of these issues, I gave Epic the benefit of the doubt and made a feedback thread on the Unreal developer forums 12 months ago, requesting the prioritization of game development and a larger focus on temporal smearing independence within their various effects. In only 11 months, it was voted as the #1 feedback from developers, replacing the previous #1 feedback thread made 3 years ago. Epic released several Unreal versions, including nothing pertaining to the thread's request, despite a solid number of educated developers ready to progress beyond Epic's limited vision for this generation of gaming. This studio was created to begin the production of an intense action game based on a new IP consisting over 700 pages of detailed story and scenarios. Our game is conventional due to only requiring a mostly static world with dynamic lights, making our goals much more relevant to many developers and gamers. We have paused the production of our game, so our unrivaled passion for motion clarity and performance standards for untainted photorealism can be met, which is why our solution is to create a custom Unreal via crowdfunding, with custom systems that directly address the giant issues stated in this video. Don't think a custom Unreal engine will have an impact on developers? Take the Finals for example. It performs so much better than other UE5 games. People defend Epic's UE5 and solely blame studios for any worst performing titles. But the Finals' extreme destructive nature made using Nanite and the associated virtual shadow maps impossible. And most people don't know that the Finals uses NVIDIA's custom UE5 branch to make use of its lower quality but much faster dynamic GI, DDGI, instead of Epic's Lumen. The Finals' performance doesn't contradict our views on Epic's Unreal. It only proves our point. NVIDIA's custom UE5 branch is exactly how we want to execute ours. But as of now, we need funding to motivate higher, skilled graphic programmers. Our engine will always be accessible for review and use under Epic's GitHub restrictions. Unlike industry leaders, we do not believe the future of graphics is dependent on blurry or expensive temporal smearing. But that future is only possible if you care enough and support our vision for modern graphics. So sponsors, investors, we're ready to begin if we've convinced you. Throughout Interactive, my studio will be giving more details about how we intend to execute our plan in our next video. Until then, thank you for watching this one. And please like and subscribe to our channel and share this message on your favorite Discord server, subreddit, and social media so we can start elevating the future of gaming standards together.
Dropping a pin.
Deploying sentry.
What's going on with celebrities? Is literally everyone you've ever heard of going to commit sexual assault, or sign their name on a bomb, or drag their partner through a hideous court case, or commit sexual assault, or start a cult, or go on an anti-Semitic rant, or an Islamophobic rant, or a transphobic rant, or commit sexual assault? Should we just give up on having heroes? Celebrities seem, and this is just me testing the air and feeling the vibe, to have moved past their fame being contingent on a good persona. There seems to be an audience for monsters, and a system which does not discriminate against monsters. And sometimes this even happens with someone you really love. Sometimes you're witnessing the falling from grace of an artist you really respect. We all know that feeling of seeing on the news, oh, that guy, I love that guy. He did what? To how many women? And you go through a whole process of maybe being dubious, and then sad, and then angry, and then I don't know quite what we do. I'm not sure that anyone else does either. It's tempting to say that after the anger comes acceptance of this person's wrongdoing. But acceptance sounds an awful lot like complacency. And I don't want to be complacent about the wrongdoing of these rich and famous abusers. But does that mean that I have a moral responsibility to stay angry forever? When one of our beloved celebrities turns out to be a piece of shit, surely we can imagine better tools for dealing with that than just cancelling them, or saying, oh, well, there goes another one, or pretending to have never liked them in the first place. So yeah, we're gonna talk about Neil Gaiman. I'm very sad about Neil Gaiman, and he didn't even do anything to me. I'd like to go on a bit of a journey with my heavily pregnant co-creator, where I figure out what to do when a hero turns out to be a monster, what to do with all of the love and respect I had for Neil Gaiman, what to do with all of the anger and grief I have over Neil Gaiman, what to do with Neil Gaiman. If you want the short journey, just skip to
1 hour, 19 minutes, 14 seconds.
I sum it up in like a few sentences. For the more scenic journey, well, this is clearly bigger than Neil Gaiman. It's bigger than any of these individual monsters. There's something weird going on with our entire dysfunctional celebrity ecosystem, our entire parasocial culture, all of which are words that it might be helpful to know what they mean, because we don't know what those words mean. So f Neil Gaiman, and there'll be plenty of f Neil Gaiman to come, and it seems like f Neil Gaiman is really the order of the day, something people need to hear right now. Did you hear about Neil Gaiman? Yeah, f Neil Gaiman, you'll see, but also, hi, I'm Neil, and I love Neil Gaiman. So, yeah. For those who don't know, Neil Gaiman is a British author and cultural icon whose parents were professional Scientologists but also Jewish, and he wrote a lot of books and screenplays and comics and things. Look at all these adaptations. You've probably seen a bunch of these adaptations. And he's been on The Simpsons twice, and he's got floppy hair, and he's friends with Alan Moore and Terry Pratchett, and his ex-wife is singer-songwriter Amanda Palmer, and I don't know, he's Neil Gaiman. He's a British wit who's so accessible that even Americans like him. He wrote the now legendary Sandman series for DC/Vertigo, as well as the comics Whatever Happened to the Cape Crusader and Coraline. He also co-wrote Good Omens with Sir Terry, in addition to his own popular contemporary novels, American Gods, Anansi Boys, and others, adopting a blend of gothic horror, low fantasy, and wit, resulting in a unique yet hyper-commercial prose that sounds like this. Fat Charlie was thirsty. Fat Charlie was thirsty and his head hurt. Fat Charlie was thirsty and his head hurt and his mouth tasted evil and his eyes were too tight in his head and all his teeth twinged and his stomach burned and his back was aching in a way that started around his knees and went up to his forehead and his brains had been removed and replaced with cotton balls and needles and pins, which was why it hurt to try and think. And his eyes were not just too tight in his head, but they must have rolled out in the night and been reattached with roofing nails. And now he noticed that anything louder than the gentle Brownian motion of air molecules drifting softly past each other was above his pain threshold. Also, he wished he were dead, which is how British people say, Fat Charlie was hungover. Neil Gaiman is my favorite living author.
In July 2024, an investigation by Tortoise Media reported allegations by 2 women of sexual misconduct against Gaiman, including sexual abuse and coercive behaviour.
Following initial investigation in July,
3 more women come forward, including one who signed NDA following her experience with author.
5 women have accused the Sandman writer Neil Gaiman of sexual assault.
The podcast, Master, the allegations against Neil Gaiman, shares the stories of 4 women who allege he sexually assaulted them in 1986 and 2022, respectively. Another woman appeared on a separate podcast with an allegation relating to 2012.
One woman alleged that Gaiman performed sexual acts on her without her consent when she was working as a nanny for the author's family in New Zealand.
Caroline Wallner, who alleged that Gaiman pressured her to have sex with him in return for letting her live at his property in upstate New York, and made her sign a non-disclosure agreement in return for a $275,000 payment.
Kay told Tortoise Media that she had rough and painful sex with Gaiman that she neither wanted nor enjoyed. She also claimed that Gaiman had sex with her while she had an infection, despite her asking him not to.
Scarlett's account is that after they eat the pizza together outside, Gaiman offers to run her a bath.
According to Scarlett, Gaiman runs the bath.
When he comes down to the bath naked and gets in, Scarlett remembers his nonchalance is disarming, that she is shocked and bewildered, and makes her wonder if it's normal.
She knows Palmer has a liberal attitude towards nudity, so has that as a framing context.
Scarlett doesn't get out of the bath when Gaiman gets in, but draws up her legs. She remembers being scared. What follows is an account of assault.
Scarlett says that Gaiman pressured her to put down her legs, that he digitally penetrated her anally without consent. She tells the podcast that anal is the last thing on the planet she'd ever want to do.
She also says that Gaiman jerked off on her and said filthy things and ordered her to call him master.
Claire said that before the event, she told Mr. Gaiman that she did not want to have sex with him.
He reassured me that I didn't have to worry and that I was under no obligation to do anything I didn't want to do,
Claire said.
After the event, Mr. Gaiman took Claire to a room on a tour bus and began to kiss and grope her without her consent. Consent is not what happened between me and Neil, Claire told The Times about that encounter.
The victim alleged to Tortoise that while the author was on a book tour in the US in July 2013, he took her to a room in his tour bus with a bed, closed the door, got on top of her, kissed her, and groped her under her dress and over her breasts.
Claire said that nearly a decade later, in June 2022, she wrote a letter to Mr. Gaiman to confront him. After she wrote him the letter, they had 2 phone calls, she said. During the second call, Mr. Gaiman offered Claire $60,000 to be paid over 4 years, she said.
In the recording of the phone call, the man is heard telling Claire,
"I'm feeling that I got the wrong end of the stick. I was heartbroken seeing you, that I had given you nightmares. I'm really sorry. I'm trying to make up for some of the damage. Would you like me to send you some money?"
In August 2022, Claire said she woke up one morning and saw that $60,000 had been deposited into her bank account.
I recognize now that the money was hush money, she
Gaiman
said.
has strongly denied any unlawful conduct.
According to Claire, the author said that she kissed him first, but she refuted his claim.
I said, "No, that's not actually true. You kissed me first, 10 minutes after meeting me."
And then he brought his autism diagnosis into it as something of an explanation for why he wasn't able to read my body language.
Gaiman's position is that he strongly denies any allegations of non-consensual sex with the women, and adds New Zealand police
did not take up his offer of assistance over one woman's complaint in 2022, which he says reflects its lack of substance.
However, New Zealand police said it made a number of attempts to speak to key people as part of this investigation, and those efforts remain ongoing.
In response to Scarlett's allegations, Gaiman told Tortoise Media that he believes her claims stem from a medical condition related to false memories.
Tortoise understands that he believes Kay's allegations are motivated by her regret over their relationship, and that Scarlett was suffering from a condition associated with false memories at the time of her relationship with him. A claim which is not supported by her medical records and medical history.
It's horrible. Oh, and it's you, that guy. I've seen you in our comments before, coming over to say, these are just accusations, or can a guy sexually assault someone in a bus without getting cancelled these days? Why are you here? So many things are made especially for you. There are so many podcasts you could be listening to with big, loud men loudly talking over one another. Go watch a We're in Hell video. So Neil Gaiman sexually assaulted multiple women over decades, and when the excuse that, no I didn't work, he tried, I misread the situation, I have autism, ooh, and when that didn't work, he tried, well here, have tens of thousands of pounds, and when that didn't work, since he can't beat a classic, he tried, well, she is kinda crazy. And honestly, it makes me feel gross, having just said 3 minutes ago, Neil Gaiman is my favorite living author, which is a thing I did, and I won't be denying. But what am I gonna do? Yell at Neil Gaiman's face in the clouds so you can all get a sense of secondhand catharsis? My therapist says I shouldn't do that anymore. It's not doing anything. I mean, on the one hand, it's not doing anything for me, for emotionally processing that a celebrity I love turns out to be a monster. And on the other hand, it's not doing anything to change the world either, which still produces these people with their elevated status and the power to abuse that goes along with it. An ecosystem has emerged off the back of getting angry at celebrities and getting angry at people getting angry at celebrities, and indeed becoming celebrities by getting angry at people getting angry at celebrities. There are some who call this cancel culture, but the people who call it that are probably the last ones you should listen to about it. Now, there are answerable questions. There have been good studies, and there's even been good analysis. And yet there's still a lot missing from this conversation. Not least because the idea that an audience consumes and worships a celebrity figure is kind of outdated. Increasingly, these relationships are not one-sided. A growing number of people find themselves in the middle, or networked in some other fashion, in some complicated figure fandom dynamic. Most of us living now have some kind of online existence with personas and all that that is. What's your 6 degrees of separation from your nearest celebrity? One time, Mike Scott from the Waterboys yelled at me on Twitter in a loving way, like a do better way, and then he unfollowed me. Like, we've definitely developed some norms and some instincts and certainly some anxieties around how to navigate this digital world, but it tends to be things like subscribers saying, I don't want to be parasocial or anything, which is sort of the digital equivalent of saying, no offense, like you are being parasocial. That's how this works. So creators are just as bad. They'll say things like, I don't want to create a parasocial dynamic with my audience, to which I'm like, okay. How does that work? Are you going to be like Thomas Pynchon? It seems that the norms and the instincts and the anxieties are the things governing how we react when we learn something awful that a public figure has done. And that could be dangerous, because if we identify with that fandom, for example, it might not matter what we learn about X celebrity, we'll defend them as if we're defending ourselves. What I'm saying is that at the heart of this is some issue with how we understand social dynamics, parasocial or otherwise. And that's what I actually need to figure out if I want to have a healthier relationship with the Neil Gaiman books on my shelf. Because bearing in mind that without parasocial dynamics, Neil Gaiman would not have been able to do or get away with so much harm, well, we kind of need to understand those dynamics, don't we?
I hate celebrity culture. And no, that's not because I'm more interesting or enlightened. It's because I have face blindness and I don't know who anyone is. So I really only hear about celebrities in 2 contexts. One is a friend doing their best to explain to me who someone is and who they played and who they performed alongside, and I can completely zone out while Dark Star from the Grateful Dead is in my head. Or I hear about the latest terrible scandal from someone like Neil Gaiman, and then I wish I still didn't know who that person was. And look, I do understand intellectually how celebrity culture is supposed to work. Let's say you're in an office and you only vaguely know your coworkers, and you're waiting for the capsule coffee machine to finish making your sad, watery masala chai when a coworker that you don't know comes up to queue for the machine. And I know some people like silence, but some people don't. Some people like me think the phrase comfortable silence is an oxymoron, so people like me need something to talk about. And yeah, you can talk about the weather twice, maybe 3 times, but if you've talked to the same coworker a few times already, endlessly discussing the weather will mean that now you are the reason that it sucks to queue for coffee. So you can't have a real conversation, but you do need to go a bit deeper. So did you see that thing Chapel Roan did last week? Oh my gosh, can you even believe it? Whether I like it or not, celebrities serve a social function. As topics of conversation go, politics might be explosive, our own special interests might be too niche or boring, but most people do know the current discourse around a celebrity. Celebrity knowledge becomes a sort of social capital that we can trade to get out of otherwise awkward scenarios, or as a proxy to discuss more divisive issues without speaking about real people. Because while the person playing Chapel Roan exists, we actually aren't really talking about her. We don't know her. It's kind of gross to gossip about the misfortunes of real people. But as a symbol, she becomes a conduit to discuss bigger issues. It may be through a conversation about a celebrity that you learn the person you're talking to has similar life philosophies to you. It may be the way through which you begin to form a friendship. But for a lot of people, a lot of times, celebrity culture goes even deeper. They can go beyond just social lubrication. Celebrities become someone we see ourselves in. People we look up to and want to emulate. People who seem to struggle the way we struggle. People who put words to things we feel but can't discuss. They become comforting beacons as we navigate reality, and in that way, they become a part of our identity. I am in this celebrity fandom. This is a part of who I am. Some academics have begun researching these parasocial relationships. In one study, participants were asked to imagine that their favorite creator had committed a moral violation, like abusing a puppy. And then they were asked about the impact on their creator's career and on their feelings towards the creator. And the results were really interesting. Even in this hypothetical scenario, some participants just refused to believe their favorite celebrity would commit harm, saying things like, well, people would know she didn't do it on purpose. Other participants argued that maybe there would be some initial blowback, but that the public opinion would move on quickly.
I would assume that a lot of people react poorly and call the creator out on their actions and start to unfollow. There will be some people who defend them no matter what and continue to follow them. The creator will come out with an apology video that will probably fan the flames for a while. After about 2 weeks, everyone will probably forget and never talk about it again. Ultimately, the creator will come out of the scandal relatively unscathed.
Which feels depressingly accurate to me. But others vowed to go hard on their creator, to have what the literature calls a parasocial breakup. Because it turns out that ending a parasocial relationship causes us emotional distress. And many people in the study did vow to break up with their influencer, canceling Patreon pledges, unfollowing them, no longer watching or engaging with their content. But interestingly, the study found that even for those committed to a breakup, the strength of their parasocial relationship or their emotional connection to their influencer, that didn't decrease significantly. They could imagine themselves being angry. They could imagine themselves never engaging with the celebrity again, but their feelings of identification and investment and connection with their creator, those didn't decrease, which is kind of like what happens with a real breakup. The point where you've recovered is not the point where you're sitting in your bedroom stewing and thinking about all the bad things that you want to happen to your ex. The point at which you've recovered is the point where you're not thinking about them anymore. But this is where celebrity relationships differ from personal ones. Ending a relationship in your personal life usually means severing any power dynamics. Celebrities, though, they continue to exist in the periphery. Most of them are uncancelable, and most of them still have the power to continue to hurt and abuse others, while we just sit and watch. The situation it mirrors most in our personal lives isn't a normal breakup, but an abusive one, where you are unable to fully sever ties and protect yourself from being hurt, even if that hurt is in just watching the celebrity continue to hurt others.
So Neil Gaiman and I have decided to break up. Well, actually, as a fan, I decided to break up with him because as a person, he decided to be a complete piece of fucking shit, didn't he?
Hey, editing Neil here. Hi.
And like me, you've probably broken up with one or two of your heroes before, and we shouldn't let that bring us down, okay? We should just spend a little time in our safe place, eating our safe chocolate, and find a new hero.
Brate, ja noću radim, kako odbije.
Vikend, ali pretpostavljam da...
Ma radim i noćas bez.
Da kod vas to nema veze. Pa, s tim u vezi, da, pitao sam da li još uvijek radiš istu stvar ili si ono...
Ma sve je isto, pa ne mogu dok se ne zalečem skroz.
Znači, rekao da te ne otak zvao da radiš.
Pa ne mogu dok me ruke, brate, ne mogu. A jebote, ko se ovako čuje ovdje, moteram jebote žive. Kurac više jebote.
Može uspio da stavi mikrofon ispred tastature, a da ode na drugi kraj sobe.
Jebote život.
I ovo. Ja sam ga stavio na postao. I opet sam čuo tastaturu. Ne znam kako je to moguće.
Jo, brate, igram kampanju od Black Opsa. Kakvo smeće, majko Božije, brate.
Bela kuća, kako se zove, Edler, Zavera, Illuminati...
Zombije su ubacili kao tutorial za zombi mod. Kao na prošlom što je bilo za Warzone, znaš ono. Katastrofa, brate. Imam još 2 emisije, ima 7, ja mislim, 7-8.
Bacili su tutorial za zombi u kampanju.
Pa ima kao misija sa zombijima. Katastrofa, brate.
Na kraju ili negdje u sredini?
Pa pred kraj, ne. Mislim, imaš 2-3 misije.
Imaš easter egg u ranijim tim Call of Duty igrama gdje kao kad završiš sve misije imaš kao jednu alternativnu gdje kao igraš protiv zombi, ali to je više kao šal, nema veze sa ovom pričom.
Oče, brate, oče. Jer koja je čisto pređen što sam uzao sranje, brate, već mi je muka, verujem. Ne da ne vredi 80 € već, smešno je da skomentarišu. Sve isto ovdje. I ovi zombi, sve isto. Mislim, ništa novo nema sada, ne znam, mislim, znaš sam kakvi su, jevi ga dam pojem.
Mislim...
Mislim, i kampanje su im, sve na istu, faro, sve bez zezeme. Ako ja čisto odigram. Ali ne odigram puno, odigram po jednu, možda 2 dnevno. Danas sam jedno i to eto, sutra ću jedno i dosta pedne. Mislim, bolje meni ruka nego... Evo se ja rovim.
Take command of the galaxy.
Danas je ušao, pokrenuo sa randovima ovu novu mapu na zombijama, znaš.
Da.
Nek mi lik napiše da izađem iz meča, rekao izađi ti jebot.
Što to ti napiše tako?
Kao izađi iz meča kao da si im ušao u sobu, znaš. Kao igramo nas trojica, preko što ne napravite lobby za vas troje, onda ne čudi da izađem. Izađite vi i oni ladno izađu. Taki debeli drugi, pa to svet nije video jebot.
Čekaj, ti si napravio lobby, oni su upali njega...
Nisam ja pokrenuo samo kvadrat, razumeš?
Dobro, možda ni oni nisu bili u krivu. U pitanju ti je zapravo način na koji se lobiji prave na taj auto naš.
Criminals!
Imaš samo kao neki
to
zamak
be
i to je
hanged
to,
from the
šta?
neck until dead. Let your souls feed the first ones, and your bodies
I opet
feed
kad
the
pređeš
last.
na standard dobiješ neku operativca i... Cijepo, to je to.
Foul witch! Your very own coven cast you out for your forbidden pursuits. Your twisted necromancy ends here, at the end of a noose. Speak your last!
Ladno mi inače vas.
Pagan! You failed to liberate your brothers, just as you have failed in poisoning my subjects against me! Call out! Hired hand! Pagan! You failed to liberate your brothers, just as you have failed in poisoning my subjects against me! Call out to your dreamer. Let us see if he answers.
Martellus. Welcome to my channel.
Welcome to my channel.
Pokaji mi liko.
Welcome to my channel.
Hired hand! Wanted in Oriath, you fled like a coward. Every life has a price, and your crossbow has kept your coin purse full. Here you are judged and found guilty. What say you?
Oh, the sorceress.
Your very own coven cast you out for your forbidden. Ranger! An outcast, lurking among the shadows of the trees like an animal. You murdered one of my soldiers in the name of a filthy thief. Your guilt is clear. Plead for mercy. Foundling, it is a pity to see you like this. You arrived on our shores a whipped and broken child. Our people made you strong. How will they repay? Sedition and lies. Speak now if you choose. Sorceress! You were banished by your Akara for experimenting with the elements. Arrogance has led you here, and arrogance keeps you on the... Hired hand! Wanted in Oriath, you fled like a coward. Every life has a price, and your crossbow has kept your coin purse full. Here you are judged and found guilty. What say you?
Ahahaha.
Neko mi ukurinu. Sam bastard. Nek taka jobs!
Yuzo Ayami.
A dobro, Venom, Snake je easy.
Quickly! Stop him! Take down the degenerate!
Bolje u vodu vezanih ruku nego na vešala. Slažem se. Do tebe ja i tapirevih slušala. Da vidim.
I can't believe that actually worked.
Brate.
Yes.
Control F2. Jebo sam ti mater. kursor da mi ne bježi na drugi ekran. If possible. Jebem ti. Lock cursor onto screen. Ne.
Jel stream?
A ne možemo. U screen! Dobre.
By the first ones! You're alive! I'm glad to see another living soul. The miller went off to warn Clearfell about a strange sickness plaguing our men. I was fixing to go after him, till that bloody thing got to me. Now, all those who drowned in the flooding, suddenly they ain't so dead. I would appreciate it if you could... Reach Clearfell. Find the miller.
Well, that was unexpected. Off to find this miller bloke.
Map. Stop map. Nest.
Undead wretch!
Ovo sam tražio vrlo screen jebote. Eco transaction shop, that's very important. Zdravo, zdravo.
Bravo, Vlado.
Da. Hello.
Well, it's been many years since I saw one of these little beauties. Satisfying. Dodge this! No mother! Fought some big buggers before, but blimey.
Well done. Please come inside.
Yes. Diablo 1.5.
Well, doubt these folk will have much gold.
Renly's the name. You're skilled with the violence. If what you did out there in the riverbanks is any sign. Well, have no fear. This place is something of a hideaway for many of us now, and we could sorely use your skills. I'll smith for you what I can, if you're willing to bend your violence to order. There's a beast of particular dark power stalking us out. Now, if you could channel your violence against this devourer, as Finn calls it, we'd be indebted to you. Here's what I've got.
Kako ne? Nemam para duže, nemam ni sreće.
Kindness will get you killed in times like these, old man.
Okay.
Yes.
By decree of the Count of Ogham, able-bodied men capable of excavation must present themselves at the manor at once. Failure to do so will constitute a crime.
Ne yapayım? Hadi. Balık. Dobro. Ok, fala aí. Thanks. I guess. All my exes live in Texas.
Or we can just give up on people entirely. As I imagine some of you have experienced before, it is quite difficult to only give up on famous people. Like, who is that? Should we include everyone who's ever written a book, every historical figure, every YouTuber, everyone in politics? Len Penny, the guy from Hot Ones, the lads from King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard? Do we give up on fictional people? I mean, I thought Aragorn was pretty cool, but I think he genocided the orcs. And I know it's old news, but like, who the f are these people? These weird, bulked up sociopaths delivering bad Judd Apatow dialogue to each other in front of a green screen, clearly serving as propaganda for an empire that has no idea what it's even supposed to represent anymore. I used to be kind of attached to one or two of them. What was I thinking? But I also don't know anyone that doesn't have some pantheon of characters in their head, real or fictional, that represents, to them, admirable, cool, heroic, imitable traits. I don't know anyone that doesn't have heroes. Sure, I know people who are disconnected from, like, modern culture, but that's just a taste thing. That doesn't correlate with them being a good person or having strong ethics. People who are obsessed with 1970s musicians or early 20th century political thinkers are just as capable of willfully blinding themselves to the dark side of those heroes. Fandom corrupts. But this is not a clear picture. These terms, fandom, celebrity, hero, we can't throw these around willy-nilly. If I'm going to get back on the horse and find new heroes, I'm going to need a fashion montage. Okay. The Madonna. See, when I say celebrity culture, I'm talking about the contemporary Western phenomenon where there is constant coverage and voyeuristic insight
into the private lives of weird, smiley, strong-jawed Hollywood types, and also the phenomenon in which marketing companies weaponize our fascination with these people to sell us coffee from that guy, and
welcome to my channel,
and cat food from the guy that used to be in Take That. The American fascination with the socialite scene, how the elites are dressed and what parties they're going to and who they're fucking, is as old as America itself. But 80s pop sensation Madonna is credited by many scholars as changing the nature of popular culture, from one where paparazzi and gossip columnists were in a predatory relationship with actors, singers, artists, and elites, to one of symbiosis, in which the celebrity invites scrutiny and exposure and voyeurism. Madonna was so balls-out honest about every gritty detail of her personal life that her celebrity overtook her music. The vlogger. In the digital age which followed in the wake of this celebrity culture, where celebrity was an action one could do, the lifestyle vlogger emerged as someone dealing entirely in the action of authenticity. Part voyeurism, part entertainment, part wish fulfillment. Homemade
Ono što sam rekao, onaj kursor bug za ovaj handshodan je od Steam Overlay, koji se miksuje sa njihovim overlayem koji su oni koriste za ove menije. I zato imaš dva
such that now we have to be careful about how we interpret this word celebrity. We can interpret it in a classical way, where it's people who act in films or who have Billboard Top 100 song albums or whatever. It's people who are wealthy and who work in glamour industries. But also, we can interpret celebrity as an impossibly complicated fractal network of people who compose fandoms. And we can quibble about who counts and who doesn't, but that won't get you the definition. The defining factor here is not how well known, it is how the network of fans orbit the cultural object. The nerd. I've got my sociology hat for this one. This hat.
Igram kod, igrao kampanju, ostalo mi još 2 misije, pa vraćaju se, kako smeće od kampanje. Možeš kažem, Snake, kao tutorial za zombi su ubacili jednu misiju.
A very obvious example is the cultural object of Star Trek.
Dotle sam došao, ja mislim da imaš 2-3 do kraja. Ne igram puno, odigram misiju 2 tako svaki dan. Preno prilike dane ko... Čisto da reši dok mi ovo traje.
Pa ne,
Puške.
Mučila mi ta kampanja, znači retardirana je do bole.
Ma sve jedno isto neko napravim. Puške su mi pri kraju.
Organize themselves around something.
Vjerujem, eto kad sam uzeo, sad će mez dana vrati muka mi više.
Even if that common interest doesn't necessarily resemble nerd culture. So, for example, standing politicians. I will not be defining standing. I do not suggest the appropriate hat. I'm just trying to lay the groundwork for an argument that we as a society seem to be interacting with multiple spheres as if they are fandoms. After all, there has to be some reason why we've decided that we need the term standing. Better reason.
Nema veze, ostaviti njihov anti-cheat u Windowsu.
Pokušava da ti kaže da obrišeš ti igru, ali...
Imaš gole malo iznad. Povuci pa će da vidiš.
Može na pretrage da nađe, ja?
Pa da.
Mora direktno u file.
Ne mogu da nađem, ne znam šta si stavio i kako se zove vidim.
Imaš tu, 2-3 dana sam stavio.
Da moraš ovaj ručno dobriš anti-cheat, kako sam ja razumela.
Da, moj ručno dobriš anti-cheat.
Jes, Mr. Šojić.
Vidio sam te izašla, ali slabo ja, znaš da ja samo counter igram. Ajde, kod malo, PUBG.
Jebi se, Nenade, ne znam šta treba da tražim.
Hoću da vidiš, piše, jebote, Delta Force.
A ne vidim, je vidim.
Ne znam da treba da odam.
Jackie protiv poštara, poštar protiv Jackija. Hunt, ovna cirkuška, Hitleri, ne vidim.
Nije to toliko udaljeno, jer si malo gole puko, evo, znači.
Ne mogu, ja sam čorav čovjek, znači.
Evo ti.
Jest. Kud god da krene, tebi se vraćam ponovo.
Da sad s tim da radim?
Postupi kako ti tu napisano i
Ne vidim šta piše, otvorio mi je sliku.
Po naređenju.
Pa sad pročitaj šta piše u pustu tome.
Do not install this game i ne vidim ništa više, jebote, znači. Ja ne vidim nikakvo uputstvo.
Puni pancirni meci.
Samo vidim screenshot iz Steama, not recommended i ništa drugo.
I ne vidiš šta piše u
Not recommended.
After game uninstall, the game does not remove the kernel level
level anti-cheat without telling you. You just click yes for admin right. After game uninstall.
Please, sir.
Ti piše, cijel program virus anti-cheat.
Can we have some decency?
Pizdiš je ovo, šta ti?
Please, stop.
Si nervozan.
Stop this verbal harassment.
Sexual harassment.
Verbal.
Samo sexual.
No. Stop the verbal harassment. Živ je. Nećeš. Our overlord Vučić has plans for you.
Uninstalling i sad stoji na uninstalling, jebi ga i tu je zaglavio.
Evo malo vremena.
Da.
Nenad neurozan. Sad se dere, čovječ. Sad se dere, jebote.
Ništa ne istim.
Dobro da nije rekao, sine, postupi po uputstvu.
Našao sam Huntera.
Evo, lakše.
Našao sam Huntera koji izgleda isto ko Nenad u Punch Showdownu.
Ko?
Evo ti ga, Justin Pierce. Vidi ga kako izgleda, prelepi. Original Nenad.
Stavi da vidimo.
Vidiš?
Ima... A ovdje idem kod tebe na ovo, a?
Ne moraš. Ima funky šešir i...
Čekaj, sam me interesuje.
Stani.
Daj.
Evo ti ga. Već mi učito meč, ali evo našao sam. Napravio sam ti klip dok sam ga inspektovao u meniju. Pogledaj. Ovo je čovjek iz naroda.
Justin Pierce.
A dobro, te puštio Bekšić i možda bismo ličali.
Možda biste ličali, jel?
Da.
Kako govno taj Delta-Force, znači ne verujem.
Ma meni on nisam ni probao.
Ko je rekao tarkoliko smeće?
Ja sam rekao tarkoliko smeće i skroz ubagovano smeće koje ne radi nikako.
A ko je tebi kriv što ti nemaš dovoljno je kompjuter?
Trenucima kada učitava grafiku kako treba radi to u 4K na 120 frame-ova, onda misteriozno pada GPU. Čim sam to video, goodbye teens. Bye.
Why you do that?
Why you bully me?
Zato što je smeće pičke mater.
Why you always lying? Nice English, yes, very nice.
Mislim to...
Završio. Vredi 4,5 vredi u pičku.
Kombinovali 20 modova i na kraju... Šta možeš slovenska stoka da napravi da valja ništa?
Može skoro.
Sharpness 100%.
Kad su naši napravili, znači...
Oh my god.
Antiprotivac. Zašto si antiprotivac i to žid? Nenadu. To te dira.
Ja sam protiv toga što bude udbaški popovi.
Nenade, ko te dira?
S udbaškim popovima se mora...
Vrbaški popovi.
Udbaš.
Vrbaški, ovi što piju kafu u Vrbasu.
Vrbaški popovi.
Ovi što piju kafu u
Yes.
Vrba se gradu. Možeš se malo odmoriti, jebla majka. Aj, pa se čujemo pošljepano mi. Ajde, pozdrav. Good night.
Hajze! Scheiße. Das, Scheiße.
Kako idemo?
Welcome to my channel.
Welcome to my channel.
Ništa. Rucao, pogledao vatru, malo dodao drva i mislim da je to za danas. Množenje.
Ovo mi se svidjelo, morao sam da uzem makić. Nož za bacanje neko.
Možeš da budeš gladan ako nemaš glavu. Problem reši. To kaže Maja uvijek.
Aha, kakav je?
Cirkuski, ne?
Jest.
Kao nož za lep.
Ne, izgleda mi kao nož za papir. A to je taj cirkuski, da.
Imat ćeš novi trait za event. Jesi vidio traita?
Ne.
Imat ćeš da kad ispališ nože, moći ćeš sa Dark Sightom da ih vratiš nazad.
Aj, da, nemoj me zajebavati.
Da, telekinezom.
Use the force, Luke!
Pa tako nešto, kao telekinezom da ih vratiš nazad.
Ovo je stvarno, ovo je cirkus. Ovo rado.
Ali, Krajtek ne zna kako drugačije reći kozi. Koliko ti puta desilo ti koplje ili nože? Ne samo nože desilo, i koplje i sekire. Koliko si puta desilo da ispališ projektil da padne ispod toga?
Da, ti ćeš sad sa silom kroz teksturu da privučeš.
Jest.
Lakše da urade to ili jednostavno da item ne propada kroz teksturu.
Ne, lakše ovo verujem. Makiće, ne znaš. Ovo je lakše.
Ovo je hit, brate.
Sad si čuo,
a čekaj, ali kad imaš taj perk i dok radiš taj Dark Sight, u pozadini se čuje... Ne, u pozadini se čuje Use the Force.
Da. Čuje se Luke, I'm your father.
Eto! O jeboj.
Ne, nego ćeš da nabiješ ovoga Meatheada sa noževima ili s kopljima i onda ćeš da se udaljiš od njega iz Dark Sighta da iščupaš se nazad.
Ovo je stvarno hit.
Festival, a?
Viva la fiesta.
Ne ljudi rade.
Ima, pogledaj, jesi vidio, jučer sam ja linkovao, Psycho Ghost je napravio review.
Gledao sam to sam gledao.
Objasnio traitove, paktove, imat ćeš da nađeš ekskluzivno oružje samo u onom cirkuskoj šatru.
Da. Tečivo koje se rikošetira i tako te gluposti.
Nije, to ti je bilo u Unrealu, ako se ja dobro sjećam, neko kaže da nisam pravo.
12.
Je li tako?
Ne pripada to Huntu, mislim, nije problem.
A automat pripada?
Imaš ti to u Doomu, dobro, ali taj automat postoji.
Ne, 1896. To ti je kanadski inženjer napravio konverziju repetirke u kao nekakav rani LMG. 1911. 12. godine napravio.
Dobra, to je tu, ajde, možemo da računamo tu 10 godina 20.
Onda možemo da ubacimo i Colt 45 po toj logici.
A ne, mogu da ubace, onda je laser.
Ne, samo malo. Browning, John Moses Browning. Pol oružje ti je njegov dizajn u ovoj igri.
Ja mislim da bi to najbolje bilo da ubace kad baciš bubu, da je ti ne vodiš, nego da te buba prati ko što te... da te prati ko što imaš u ovome Helldiversu.
Ili kao ako si gledao Remnant 2, kad igramo Kecman, bacim bubu, onoga kao drona i ona je prati okolo. I rok.
To. A u lobiju moraš da naoružaš bubu.
Ne moramo da im dajemo ideje, oni su dovoljno kreativni.
Dovoljno su klovnovi.
Da. Slušaj, nema nikakve razlike u, kao što sam rekao, između toga jebenog automata i između ovoga, pomozi mi reći, imao si ti 1900 te pištolje sa okvirnom ravnom. Ne kao onaj Borheim, nego baš regularno, znaš.
Ali sad će da bude i automatski samostran.
To ti je izim star 100 godina.
To se pojavljuje u filmu...
Ne u filmu, a ne pojavljuje se u filmu, za Boga, Kinezi su koristili. Pazi ono što je mnogo slabije od regularno, zato što, kako se zove, ona struna nije toliko nategnuta. Ne znam koliko puta, 2-3 puta treba ti manje sile da nategneš onu strunu. A uopšte, ako misli da će biti kao van... A ti ručno imaš onaj čegar?
Pa to znam, to da. Nije automatski samostalno.
Pa nije, to je repeating crossbow, to je auto, nego ljude mrzi da govore, znaš, i onda lakše napisati auto crossbow umjesto repeating crossbow.
Da, najbolje onaj ko u Van Helsingu što ima, taj dobro.
Automat nije automat, to ne zna, automat je brz rifle, puca u sukcesiji po 3 metra.
Burst.
Pa brz. Gledamo ovu animaciju, ove hajdice.
Čekaj, sad će se za prave pare kupovati animacije da vrtiš oružje.
Da, imat ćeš ono pušku da vrtiš, pa...
Ome to treba. Dok čekaš da počne meč, da zavrtiš.
Postoje perkovi isto.
Ovdje ne, da li postoje perkovi? Imaš 15-20 slotova.
Ne, da li ima perkovi?
Ima.
Od
alfa verzije.
Pa rekao, da li sam dobro čuo?
Od alfa verzije igre imaš perkove.
Posle svake partije zaradiš određeni broj bodova, ako preživiš.
Ali imaš više perkova nego što imaš slotova. Imaš 15-20 slotova, imaš 40 perkova i onda biraš šta ti trebaš. Neki su brni ili ti kad ga iskoristiš nestane ti. To je skoro dodato, ali mislim da je pametno.
Dobro, to mi je okej, da. To mi je okej. Biće regeneration shot, to si vidio.
Jeste, a da li znaš, a ja o tome nisam razmišljao, da kad ubiješ jednoga ko ti upadne u boss arenu, ako imaš witness, imaš u suštini neograničen regen. To znaš? Jer kad sa witnessom priđeš lešu na tipa metar 2 i uključiš ono dark sight, on ti regeneriše health.
Isto.
A to je...
A to bug ili...
Nije to bug, to ti piše, evo sad ću da otvorim, piše.
Pa ne moraš da se učiti.
Dok si u dark sightu, mrtvi lovci i monsteri su vidljivi, i health restoration je marginalno povećan kad si blizu. A to kad piše restoration, znači zapravo regeneration. Vraća i čankove koji nisu izgoreli, ali još uvijek možda ih vratiš. Znači može full da te nahila. Sporije, ali možeš. Ne treba ti ni jedan medkit ako ne žuriš, ili ako nemaš medkita, možda se nahiluješ preko leša ako imaš fitness.
Jesi da odigram jedan trio.
Zovni ga, lako je tu i ima bolje.
Gdje ćemo?
Koliko fajtova se zapravo odigralo u prošlom eventu zato što ljudi su mogli da vrate sebi health. Onda kad ste ti i Kesić otišli u boss arenu i ubili bossa, vratili Milanu HP i vratili se preko njega s polom map revival i ga čak mi on pomogao onda u onom fajtu. Zato što možeš da vratiš health, da. I zato taj restoration shot ima smisla. Jer ako bi svi nosili Mosi Nagant i Krag i Sparks, jednom kad pogineš u fajtu, sljedeći metak svaki put si mrtav. Nema pojenta da igraš. Možda staviš dva različita skina, jedan za levu, jedan za desnu ruku. Nenade, mislim da su otklonili totalno zlatnu kasu iz igre.
Boga mi, ja nisam vidio odavno.
Ja nisam vidio 2 eventa. Prošli event je ovdje.
Kad je bilo ono, da su vratili ovu mapu?
Da?
Vjerojatno su ti govorili da su baš ono skoro svaki meč je bacao.
Je, pa sad je drugi ekstrem, sad je nema uopće.
Ne, ja imam stvarno mislim da će oni demetirati šta mi.
Ne znam.
Onaj ko hoće da kupi, ko neće. Uopće ti način da ti neko natereš da kupi taj proizvod.
Vidiš da postoji način.
Jesić nije tu u Novom Sadu.
Ma nema veze.
Zovite Milana Belada.
Je, pa mu ja pokrivam od 0 do 10 metara preko sve. Važi. Gdje će digna s nožima za bacanje? Samo s nožima za bacanje, bez meta. Ovo put je beskorisno, totalno. Sekira za bacanje one shotuje i jebenog armoreda i taj. Kopije ne. Da se ulazi ovdje gore. Evo ga. Mislim da su morali da smanje penetraciju svih oružja zato što većina čitera je koristila ono najgore vrste municije, tipa Winchester. Tako nešto da te ubije kroz 3-4 zida, znaš.
Ja se sjećam kad je
Ono s Winchesterkom kroz pod 200-300 metara ispod mape.
Na te mape, ovaj gleda, tako da bi ući na te mape.
Ovi drugovi ili kampuju, Gordon Mine-u, ili su svi mrtvi. Trećeg nema. A da, zaboravio sam da kažem koga interesuje. Kraj specialty nije ništa drugo nego ona zvučna kompresija. To ti imaju sve kvalitetnije slušalice i sve kvalitetnije matične ploče kao opciju da ti kompresuju zvuk. Sonic Audio. I Dolby to isto radi, da. Ali je užasan. Užasan je. Imaš osjećaj nekad da ti je igrač potrčao ispred tebe na 3 metra. A on trči tipa 30-40 metara oko tebe. Zombija, armoreda čuješ kao da je pored tebe, iako je tipa iza 2 zida. Meathead isto tako se vrzna oko tebe, iako je u sred compounda, pa ga čuješ jako blizu. I onda sam isključio tu njihovu glupi taj kraj special i samo pojačao malo master volum i to je to. Ima jedno bure na sred šina, ali mislim da se ne spone uvek. Tu sam prošli put dobio kill, ono ala Nenad Pantić. Razvukao sam samo žicu s kraja na kraj šina i ja rekao, ono, random je biga. Ne, slušaj, izlaz je bio na dnu šina, iznad Preston Oila. Brate, koliko su se oni zaneli da niko njih nije vidio jebenu žicu, pravučenu tako čitavi šina.
Ako mogu da pokupim 250.
Dobio sam samo kill ili 2, nisam siguran, ali oni su bukvalno...
Jednu pati gdje sam te i ove šestice, pa jedan je 4 puta umero mozak.
Na istu zamku. Šta to?
Da možeš da laguješ.
Da laguješ? Legneš? A, prone! Da, ne vidim šta je problem. Da, želim prone. A lean, hoćeš lean? Ja ću samo to pali. Još ti samo fali da možeš da odiš prvom. I lean. Još ti samo to fali. Ali, da mi neko stane pored zida i da izviri sa pola glave i... To, ili? Znaš. Još sam samo male pale. Pa jedva su sredili onaj left pick, right pick.
Da, to je bila muka, brate, to je... Godinama su to rešavali.
Pa to ni bolji FPS-ovi nemaju rešeno, znaš. To da ti je kamera kad gledaš s leva ili s desna, da se ne vidi pola tela. Pola tela se ne vidi. I onda su to sad kao malo ujednačili, pa mu dođe malte ne isto na koju samo vidiš. Tako god da budeš. Ili si kao. Nigde nema šta. Vidio? Lambada, a? Sad sam već radoznao. Idem da bacim bubu da vidim koliko ima mrtvih ljudi na Kingfish Foundry. A vidio si 2-3 oružja šivača sada.
Pa vidio sam, krag, onda onaj pištolj.
Spark pištolj, krag, sanister i miner.
Da, onaj.
Prigušena puška sa snajperskom optikom. što da ne. Svejedno imaš bullet drop, a ono, srećno se 150 metara headshota. Sa metkom koji je, ne može ništa s njim. Ne vidim ih. Ne vidim i čujem sam ispred sebe. Pričam, ne zaklapam.
Ne znam, pričam za ove igre.
Bili smo Hunt sa ovim nickname je Westgard.
Kako?
Poznat.
Westgard?
Westgard.
Ne.
Bio je tu na kanalu, kaže, igrao je on s tobom, ti si mu pokazivao Hunt. Hrvatski čovjek. On živi sad u Zemenu, da tu se zove. W, pa onda ide trojka. Westgard. Bio je na kanalu neki dan, igrao sam jedan case.
Da znam ko je.
On znao, kaže Ilija, Snake, rekao da.
Ti zaj.
Leclerc.
Ušao sam na ovu citadelu u mapu, što ne znam bio.
Pa nova mapa ili stara mapa ili neka remix?
Meni deluje kao da je premijela neka stara, ne se setim. Koja je nadavni mozak se. Si imaš neke zamake, to je to.
Ovo, ti je lakše da legneš. Na ovaj duš kad tvrdi. Ono? Probaj.
Ovo još nisu fiksali za Night Vision. Sa bubom. Imamo! Igra renderuje sve crno-belo, ali ako pritisneš escape i odeš u sub-menu, sve postaje crveno-belo. A crveno-belo lakše vidjeti nego crno-belo. Ajde, reci mi da kampuju svi ovo. Da nisu mrtvi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Šest mrtvih ljudi. Svi mrtvi u Bosarinu. Eto ti ga trade. Pretpostavljam da bar...
Gdje su rešili?
Gdje su rešili? Možda sad sa 2.2. Mislim da će da smanje latenciju. Imaš trade prozor od 800 milisekundi.
Pa bit će 75 samo.
Sa 800 će ga skinuti na 75. Nadjeli će to biti to. A još uvijek nema regional lock, ali on recimo ako igra iz Australije na Americi ili na Evropi, može samo da puši, razumeš?
Pa da.
I ne treba ti regional lock ako se njegova akcija invalidira.
Jer on je za server već mrtav.
Da, stvari se samo stvar da li će dopustiti i razumeš da on može da uradi nešto.
Sneg tu ušao posle kiša, evo.
Da. Welcome to the candy shop. Pravi lašina. Ovo ću da uzmem, hvala. I za Dark Side, si vidio to?
Ne.
Dark Side ćeš moći da togluješ, na primjer uradiš Dark Side ovako i ako dok držiš Dark Side tapneš desni klik, znaš? Vidi ovo. Mrš! Ako tapneš desni klik, onda ti uključi Dark Side. Ako ne tapneš desni klik i dalje si u normalno Dark Side-u bez boosta. Znači moćeš, to ti ono kad ubiješ jednog bossa i skupljaš tragove za sljedećeg, znaš, sa bounty. Razumeš da ne bi trošio...
Morate da trošiš.
Da, ne trošiš ništa. Ali... Nemojte to da kažete Milan. Nego ga pustite malo da kuka. Hvala.
Gdje ti kralj?
Ne, uzeo sam ga za Mako. Mako ima ekskluzivnu municiju, mogu Mikjera da skembam lakše s tim. My negro cabron. Imaćeš kako se zove, Evans karabin, 1256 karabin, imaćeš ga sa jebenim, kako se zove, aperture scope-om. Sad, idem ophoda Makić, 9 minuta, idem ka izlazu. Koje su šanse da ima još neko na mapi i da ne radi ništa, nego si sada se šunja oko mene, dok ja izlazim?
Ne znam, to neko radi.
Pa evo, ja sam si išao po mapi, skupio sam XP jer sam to da levelam ovoga Meksikanca na level 50. Da ga jebi ga maksimalno eksploitujem. I da uzem, znaš da dobiješ pare kad ti bude Hunter level 50, to znaš. Svaki lovac koji dođe do 50. levela bez da ga pošliš penziju dobiješ pare za njega. Ne znam koliko para, možda nije puno, ali ima nekako.
Vegetariš, kao dobiješ pare?
Da. Svaki maksimum dobije pare. je tačno, neka kinta ide.
Ja sam juče s njim.
Ili 3 metka ti treba da ubiješ ovog mitera sa makom. Kraljo! Jebote, ni ne vidi ne gde. Stoji na vrhu brda i znači šalje horde nevidimo. Ja tripujem ili se ja čujem kao da me prati jedan bitvo izlazu.
Vire.
A sredili su onaj bug audija, nažalost. Za onaj dark side, onu bombu. Mogu se postaviš C4 na pod i da ga vežeš sa onim detonatorom kao poteznom žicom i kogod naiđe da ga detoniraš s tim. Međutim, sad su napravili kao što treba da pravi buku taj C4 blok.
A treba da zuji, jel?
A treba da zuji, ali bije bug, ako ga postaviš kad drugi igrači nisu tu, oni ga ne čuju. To je bio bug. I onda si mogao da postaviš 3-4 oko izlaza, recimo oko kočije, staviš ispod kočije.
Da, to sam vidio, onaj, kako se zove, onaj streamer jebeni. Ne, onaj drugi.
Rahta nije Calamity.
Ma onaj bre, nije Haze, kako se zove, Haze.
Da, Haze, onaj Franje.
To je on, stavi 3-4 komade, onda se odalji.
Uzmeš Springfield eksplozije vamo.
To.
I pošto radi splash, da god pogodi na izlazu, razumeš da tonira onaj blok i samo ih podigne sve tamo. Znači ne mogu se...
A nije Huge je to radio, Huge.
Huge je tu ko s pola mape to.
To, da.
300-400 metara. Jest da ima bullet drop, ali ono malo gađe visočije i... Ni ne vidi gde izlaz, vidi nešto u daljini kočiju. I opali tamo i metak putuje 2-3 sekundi, izražu bi sve. Ali sad se čuje i pravi buku. Jebik. Kaže da... Imam viška oružja. Ovo sve klon do klona, ovi momci. Imam oružje ubrano, previše pušaka, nažalost. Biće klon ako hoćeš sljedeći event. I ovako ih ima. I ovako ih ima previše u hanta. Gde je luk i strel? Especijal.
Adelina. Welcome to my channel.
Welcome to my channel. Okay, I gotta try this. Control F1. Streamer mode enabled. No shit.
Nice man.
Keybinds. Add keybind, action, toggle mute. Okay. It works. It just works.
Što je ovaj VRC Rally 92% na sniženju, 466 dinara. I to Deluxe Edition.
Moment samo. Fucking Discord. Quit. Run as administrator. No ti igraš Tereli?
Ranije sam igrao dok sam imao Sony. Sad ne igram.
A sad ne?
Ma da imao sam i taj volan za PC, ali nešto mi se pokvario onda. Nije se pokvario, nego non stop vuče u jednu stranu. Držim volan, kad pustim on kao da ima kontakt da skreće. Možda bi to trebalo samo očistiti, dobro. Da imamo šta ima dalje.
I wear my sunglasses at night. So ako si kupio, na primjer, skin za Winchesterku ili za neku pušku koja ima drugu varijantu, hoćeš taj isti skin da staviš na drugo oružje?
Jeli? Jesam, imam dosta skinova.
Oni koji su kao kompaktivni, tipa ako imaš skin za Winchesterku koja je... Winchesterka primjer jer ima ih pun kurac, razumeš? Naprimjer imaš specifično... Tako se ja shvatio da je kraj tek rekao. Onaj 50 Laurels ja imam, to je skin za level 50 prestiž. To ti onaj zeleni sa žutim onim kao... fluorescentnim kao onim iron sightom. Teoretski bi to da može da se ekvipuje na druge varijante puške. Ne znam kako im ide pored da imaš više skinova nego što oni dozvoljava. Kako sam ga one-shotao s nožem? U grudi. Na ruku. Stop damage. U one-shotu je. Znaš, u telu. What?
Carlos Custody.
A to ti je napazan onoga Component Heroes, ako sam dobro. Tako se igra. Tu Nenad, nije. Ovo se na njega odnosilo. Znaš šta je subsonična municija?
Dobro.
E pa... to će ti uskoro biti stvar u Huntu.
Ja i tako rekao...
Mislim, ona nije bolja od regularne, to znaš. Samo je, ako koristiš prigušivač, mnogo je tiše.
Može jedino ako koristim ono da se zove.
Eno ko. Kako to vrži propastili, ja ne kapiram. Ovo je pogodilo mude ili tako nešto. Zanima me da li su fiksali ovo i dalje. Yes and no. Kako nisam umro? Znači ti koja je ovo visina? 2, 4, 6, 8 metara. S 8 metara sam pao na nogu.
Kako da si mrtav?
Ne, nisam. Čekaj, da li imam onaj Traytonu mačku? Ne, imam Lightfoot, ali to nije to. Ja sam da skočim na kutiju. Znaš onaj glitch da skočiš na kutiju i negira fall damage. Da, vaciš kutiju municije, otvoriš je, kao iskoristiš je. I onda, ko će to pogoditi, male kutice. Da, 130 HP-a ti skine, 135, ali ostane živ. Znači ona, u Fort Carnicku, ona je i krov. Odatle sam skliznuo dole, skroz na pod. 135 HP. Bez Traytona ga zove, fall damage. Gde je kutija s municijom? Buu, krajtek, buu. Ne, ne. Moguće da spone strela. Okay. Enough goofing around. Kage. The fuck? Sticky. Doesn't work. Fuck! Niko ne igra više ovaj Dark Tide, a? To je bilo popularno neko vreme i onda ostali smo samo ja i Kecman, čini mi se.
Ja i nemam, ja imam ono Vermintide.
Vermintide je interesantan, ali mi je previše jednostavan, znaš. Sva borba ti je ono papir, kamen, makaze. Znaš, ti si, u suštini imaš melee, range i imaš onoga assassin pacova. Assassin pacov koristi stealth i iz pičke materne ti skoči iz nabada, te razumeš?
No Man's Sky na popisu.
No Man's Sky sam ja probao da igram kad izašao. Je bilo toliko gluposti.
To su sad napravili dobro.
Jesu u zadnjih 4-5 godina. Ali kad izašao pre koliko 8-9, ne znam ni ja. Stara to igra, sad već je stara. Iako je okej. Nije baš na nivou Factoria ili Satisfactoria, ali dobro. Molim se, nemoj da mi uključuješ Ray Tracing, dobit će neko batine. FSR. Off. In the 40th century, only thing you know is war. Neka kaže, in the 40th century there is only war. Tako neka fora.
In the 41st millennia, there is only war.
Si gladan?
A sad u
Ili kad budeš
4:45.
gladan, ima piletine i rižota.
Dobro, u redu.
I dođi, to je par minuta.
It is the 41st millennium. For 10,000 years, the Imperium has dominated the galaxy. There is only war. Every human soul, from the most highborn lord to the most basic servitor, is dedicated to the service of the God Emperor of mankind.
Preglasno. Preglasno. Kaže, praise none, save the emperor. Save the emperor, da. Control panel. Če opet će neko sranje napraviti. Pa ne.
Max Helte. Ja. Skill damage boosting or Max Helte. Skill damage boosting Max Helte. Above duration. Ah! Who's that?
Obavezno motion blur.
Awake at last, are ya? Good.
Okay, what am I doing? Okay, alright, let's go.
You're sexy Turkish guy.
Okay. Why am I not even?
You're very handsome people.
This is not on the ability I want to go on.
Zajebam se.
Alright, there's only 2 buttons, so I have to get them wrong all the time.
Počin sam srećan, evo.
Okay.
Njemu niko nije rekao to nikad na životu.
Yeah, you have to keep in mind that, like, if I have to do more than one thing at a time.
Hello, sir.
Him and Zola are assembling a crack team to handle the business, and I want you on it. But watch yourself. Zola's got a bad feeling about this, and she's not alone.
Komisar Duquesne.
Like, not good at stuff. Okay. Ooh, I got him. Bam! He's actually getting dick. Okay. Okay, good. You guys can see I'm much better at playing with WASD.
Throws a concentrated knife to deal high damage to single enemy.
Okay. I just need to get used to the ability. Okay. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. Oh, that didn't work. I should have rolled.
Neko igra Path of Exile.
It's hard for me to keep up with more than one button.
No, tako? Ne, ne.
Ne. Ja sada ne. Možeš
A možda kupi moja slušalica, gledam Asmongold.
Gledaš Path of Exile 2?
Asmongold.
Ja sam malo prigrano izbacio iz igre.
Si uzeo si?
Uzeo sam supporter pack i dobio sam taj... Biće ti besplatno za sve. Znaš?
Kako to, zašto sad plaća onda?
Pa plaćaš samo Early Access, ništa drugo.
Platiš podršku na...
Dobro, ali ako će biti besplatno...
Serveri koštaju, to znamo, na Crytekon primjer, ali tako. Ono što plaćaš su supporter pakovi, plaćaš one stash tabove, ti stranice ono, kako se zove, inventaru. Imaš osnovnih 4-5, ako ti je malo pa...
To možda dokupiš.
Da, isto tako kozmetiku, kao i sve ostale igre. Ali sama igra, kampanja, endgame, sve ti to free.
I am Commissar Duquesne
Kako
of the
znači,
glorious
možda se skin igra sad, jel?
and you are
Moći
no
ćeš kad budu mogli svi da skinu.
Not yet. This is a war zone. And whatever your master believes, war is the province and the pleasure of the Astra Militarum, not the Inquisition. Should you wish to make a difference to Atoma's fate and prove yourself to the Emperor...
Maelstrom, interesantno je pošto možeš na VASD da se krećeš s karakterom, a mišen, ono, nišaniš met, ispaljiš magiju. Čak i poželjno to da radiš, a ne da ono kao standardan RPG sistem da ti samo mišan klikćeš po ekranu. Imaš bolju kontrolu nad magijom. Ovo je malo teško. Ima li šta normalnije?
What comes next is up to us.
Sire's name.
See that you...
Master is... Good luck, gentlemen. Options, key binding. Good luck, gents.
I don't imagine you're expecting me, my darlings. But let's make some trouble, shall we? Right, so, the Mobians have sympathizers in Tertium, and they're paying them off. Brendel's spies say it's a haul of prismata crystals, and I want them. Barge in, grab the goodies, and bring them to me.
Nakon kafe, idemo s posla.
Zdravlje.
Anyone else feel a yawn building? Or maybe a murderous rage?
Grendel's out here.
Yeah? Crawl away, worm. We got things to do. Now head for the maintenance site in you lot. We'll take the rest from there.
That's quiet. It always is until the killing begins.
This could serve as a crossing point.
Sorry, why are you still here?
Perhaps I was too hasty earlier.
Call round the target.
You didn't say.
I knew something special.
Here's the group line. Ready not! The trapper is dead!
You just run past the guardsmen trying to capture him. What the fuck? Get them. No, 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 no. bit right there. He's dead somehow. What the fuck?
Station.
Medic A.
Med! The decay! I am the god influence! I think I will!
I got you. Mr. Warp, there is a healing behind us. Yes.
My thanks.
Ammo! Total! Thanks!
This, like, really come here.
Decay station! Watch out!
Fuck, yeah, eat my cock. I guess don't die. Teško ćemo mi ovdje završimo. Teško! Emperor protects, but we failed.
So, I was thinking.
Not a good idea. You'll just wear yourself out.
So speaks the voice of
I can improve your armaments if motivated. Interesting. Praise the Omnissiah. A new marvel is awoken. The machine god is most generous. Let us see what can be done.
Okay.
Do you wish your
Master is... Vigilant.
Let's go, boys. I open 2 doors, come here. I think we must go up. Yeah.
Latest bunch of recruits is shaping up pretty well, so there's that.
Yes, if only there were more of them.
I should. Let's go down. Yes. Wait, almost come. On the map. Okay. Yeah.
Now hear this. The earlier sabotage attempt has now been contained, and the culprit handed over to Lady Alice for investigation. Interested parties will find his remains displayed at the bar once she has finished.
Sergeant Major, I require access to the Strategium. Has it been attended to?
We should have the correct crypt key clearances in place, Mark. I'll get it confirmed.
See that you do.
I don't have money to upgrade the gun. Because they open 1,000 doors. And they open fucking shit. Why are you so greedy, man? Fucking PlayStation kids. Yes. Vicky. I must go down. Upgrade the gun. must ask you something, man. Why Call of Duty have so retarded community? Can you explain me? No? Well, bro, nobody speak, nobody use fucking brain, nobody do nothing. I don't understand. Really? I know it's this kind of game. If you play with somebody, some missions, I know. Fucking sorry, man. Yeah, man, this is the worst community. Fucking universe. I don't know why. Right. You must ask Activision.
Explicator Zola, we have matters to discuss.
Understood. I'll make time as soon as I can.
Kakav je preinagaj. Dob san. Men. Demasiados jutarët.
Ovo. Ministrorum Lucky. Oh my darling, oh my darling, oh my darling. Čija je to mačka, Slavko? Ne vidim. Adeptus Mechanicus.
Emperor be praised. How may this unit assist?
Emperor be praised. Ovo su skinovi, ja? Nisam to tražio. Što mi kupa kozmetike jebot?
Selection made.
penance of the Emperor. Maelstrom.
I'm glad you're here.
Zdravlje. Grimoires. Right, it is.
You're approaching HL 7004, the Carnival District. Though that's the official designation, it's something of a Mobian stronghold now, which ain't ideal as you can imagine. The local amphitheatre's a crossroads for all the district's illegal trade, including the Mobians' illicit stims. They could be connected to the Blight, so we want a sample for study.
Can I get some rockets done? Yeah, that's a stealth.
You know how to make an entrance, I'll give you that. Find those ciphers! I want all response teams sent to the barracks at once.
Relaying now, sir.
Over!
secret.
Looks like you've got a terminal. Get your data interrogators in.
How are they still breathing? Do I need to come down there myself?
About your holy word, friend. Oh, not so strong. Fight them all, men. Let their screams be a hymn of wonder. For the God Emperor! Power! Medication station! Data interrogation proceeding. The wage of sin exercise! Keep moving! No mercy! Psycho! Get up! If a job's worth doing, it's worth dying for! Military station! After you!
No, beloved. He's one of the good ones. I couldn't possibly do that.
You all right over there?
Yes, thank you. Just a
Wait. Dude.
Education station!
I'm still waiting for them reports.
Heal up here.
We've sporadic contact,
Mr.
sir,
X.
but no one's living long enough to give a fix. It's the carnival.
And there he goes.
Half our
He's
soldiers
up.
are out of their heads. They'll find the intruders, or I'll have them.
Options, interface. Inputs.
I should stop wandering off like that. No, beloved, I don't think it's a good idea for them to wander.
Isn't there like a secret in some cafe?
The place was always a drag hole, if you ask me. Whatever Zola says. Bastard fool. Now you're all alone. getting a bit lonely out
Upstairs.
here. Rubber! You're feared no longer.
Newsflash, it's not a dream. Guys, battery. Secret here.
There's the brewery. Come through to the amphitheatre and make it quick.
Maybe we can charge it back up.
Battery. Wait. You see this? There is a lucky item. Found it. Got it. Found secret.
Drag thrones to make up the numbers.
The God Emperor blesseth us. Stand back! Bomber!
Join up with one another. Form a group.
Second.
Got the bomber!
There's a secret way back.
Still nothing, sir. I've communicated your displeasure to the troops.
kindred. Step not from the path of the God Emperor. Ammo crate.
Better to save it for later. One moment.
Doesn't seem real to play this one. Sometimes it just hits me, you know?
Remember, kindred, we play our own small part. Every heretic we destroy restores light to the darkness.
Getting dizzy.
Flash deal.
Guys, Matthew here.
Ready, Pat. Mine. Medipack.
Ammo crate!
Gunners all!
You cannot cheat death, heretic!
My beloved says you should share the ammunition.
My need was greater than yours.
Tomorrow will be promised, so we better not.
Yea, with the group dunderhead. Choose your shots! They're dug in!
Reloading!
There's light is upon ye!
Another ranger!
Morrow is growing too bold. We must discourage him.
There! Sniper! Sniper! Ammo!
opened up for Valkyrie access, and we'll send in the extraction team. The heretics will be on you like a stink on an oven once that room opens up.
Dogs.
Can you lot make less noise?
These heretics will hear my sermon, and they'll hear it loud.
Group up, people.
Crossbomber. If you were prowling around in my thoughts, I'd hide things as well. Everything. Behind a big locked door covered in spikes.
Yes, that does sound like fun. Only,
No.
I don't think Zola knows that she's hiding something, which is very strange.
You're not making a lick of sense.
Yes, I just told you that. Do pay attention.
Can we use your grenade?
Oh, this one is nice.
Heal yourself, Psycho.
Steam dicey. On to the next phase.
Getting a report on the strike team. They're in the amphitheater.
All search parties, you have a chance to redeem yourselves. I suggest you take it. You're in it now. Better make me proud.
Dobro već. Ima. To nije moguće. Stvarno. Je to zaista istina. That's absolutely marvelous.
No worries, I got it.
Evo, ušao si i vičeš ile.
Ja to ne čujem, definitivno popriča radi vas.
On je ubeđen da ti ne ga čuješ.
Pa čujem ga, priča malo. Priča.
Ne baš dobro.
Guys. We need to save money. Super.
Ti to mi se uporno neće priznati da je to odnosno ružno grad.
Ista je kao prethodna igra, razumeš? Gledao sam verzije onog starog Stalkera koji gledaju bolje, razumeš? Zavisi koliko je moderno.
Čekaj da otvori sviđa, ajde. U prirodi nema bolje.
Da, vrlo realno, Unreal 5 grafika. Wow, mnogo se.
Iskoristili ništa.
Zavisi od developer tima koji koristite Unreal Engine.
Iskoristili su ono da hoće nekima da pukne onaj Unreal Engine.
Odlično su ga iskoristili. Silent Hill 2 izgleda ok, a po onome što sam vidio, nisam gledao baš mnogo tvoj gameplay, gledao sam malo, a ono što sam gledao izgleda dobro. Da li je optimizovano, verovatno nije, ali ono, izgleda lepo.
Pa nije loš, ali ima daleko bolje.
Da, overclockuj ti to malo, radi se to bolje.
Da, nego morao bi to malo da pojačaš frekvencije procesora.
Za jedno 15-20%. Tu i tamo.
Slabo je to ići. Anomalije koje ubijaju šrapovi, to su mi da najjače varijante. I beskonačni izvor šrapova.
Da, imaš magičnu torbu sa magičnim šrapom.
Znači ima mali.
Borise, slušaj sad, da imaš beskonačnu supply šrapova, ne bi morao da ideš kao Stalker okolo, mogo bi da prodaješ građanski materijal. Da tako?
Mogu bi da prodaješ šrapove i drugi.
Jest, ne bi morao da ideš po nekim anomalijama. Jedan lik je napravio dobar post, kaže šta biste izabrali od supermoći, kaže teleport, kaže 30 cm napred, beskonačan izvor peska i ja mislim letenje tipa 5 cm iznad zemlje, takva neka glupost i ljudi su većinom rekli beskonačan izvor peska. Zato što kaže džabe, znaš, pa makar i pesak. Mogu bi, da što hoćeš pesku.
Imao šaku.
Desi mi je,
Oh
Vane.
my god. Fuck me, I guess.
Si vidio kad se ja i ti sretnemo, kako se pozdravljam?
Da, kako se vi pozdravljate?
Gdje ste se streli, u Stalkeru?
Kako ga pozdravljaš? Sa get out of here, stalker.
To znači multicast. Može seri, baba, stvarno.
Ne znam. Ta Intel to
Odmah vidim Survarium.
Da.
Fazon.
Šta je Survivor?
I sva govna koja su igrala Survarium ima tamo.
Nemoj Marko će da se ne ljuti na nas.
Uglavnom koji su preživeli rat. Boris, je li nestao tvoj kurac u nekoj crnoj rupi?
Njet. Ko to laje? Ko laje to pičkuje?
Nenad je tih nešto. To je tih nerad.
Dobro večer. Dobro večer.
Dobro večer, meč.
Dobro večer.
Ja sam zaboravio da isključim onaj...
Kako se zove mađarska zmija?
Ne znam.
Je li, Boris? Kiš Snake.
Kiš Snake. Kitchen Snake.
Mali Snake.
Kiš, brate, ja sam da mađarsko ime Kiš.
Kiš je mali, bre, ajde, bre, lupeta.
Miš, kiš.
Alo, bre, mama mi mađarica, brate, mili, jesi ti lud?
Alo, ne možeš ti bolje da znaš nego moj drugi.
Kiš je mali.
Čuješ? Borise?
Znaš šta je kiči? Kiš je mali na mađarskom. A ti ne znaš 1.000.000%, pošto ja znam 7 milijardi biliona posto.
Ma šta ti znaš? Šta ti znaš?
To se ne računa. Milan je imao seks sa mađaricom, znači on zna bolje. Razumeš? Ja sad...
Ti može da bude samo nešto maletki, ali mali je kiš.
I on ne zna kako se kiš piše na mađarskom.
Otkud znam? I ko bolje zna mađarski? Da čujem. A? Pa Milan, naravno. Brat. Pa čemu? Pa čemu?
Ali si ga čuo, Maguar. Kako je to pročitao? Maguar.
Jeste sa U, ćirilični. Znači, to je to. Jaguar, Maguar. Tako je.
Ne gledam.
than just the existence of a song that Eminem released 24 years ago. This paper out of Finland characterizes 3 different ways that we engage with fandoms. 1, other directed. That's your popular thing. Maybe it's a fad or fashion. Your engagement is an attempt to connect with others, to have something to talk about. These are still things that we can get really into, engage with at the level of fan, but they're other directed. 2, self-directed. This fandom interaction is likely to be with something more subcultural and specific. It's a personal kind of engagement. That's Sarah being a deadhead. That's me being really into the Sandman comics. That's you and your dirty, filthy little cartoons that you like to dress up as, or whatever. What this paper shows is that the skills people learn by engaging in an other-directed popular fandom can be decontextualized and recontextualized in a self-directed personal fandom. Kind of like how if you learn piano, it's easier to learn other instruments.
Ja
those
znam da
instruments
je
have strings instead of
ime,
keys.
brate.
So if you, as a kid, for example, memorized all 151 first generation Pokemon, who would do such a thing? Then you can't really transfer that skill directly into other fandoms. I've tried. But you can transfer the methodology, the principles, and the confidence that you can memorize stuff like that. The paper presents this as the 3rd way of engaging with fandom, transcending fandom. We can not only apply our new skills to a more personal fandom beyond Pokemon or Star Trek or whatever, but beyond the field of fandom itself and into the broader world.
Michael had been able, through his Harry Potter fandom, to construct an identity that was more creative and confident than his former or real one. He eventually began asserting that creativity and confidence in aspects of his everyday life. He took up new hobbies, such as dancing and theater, which he finds to be extremely cool, but which he had previously been too shy to engage in. Eventually, he was able to manifest a creative identity in his more generalized life context, building friendships and asserting himself through his new identity by finding in his everyday life similar types of sources of creativity he had within fandom. In fact, he had decontextualized the more creative and confident identity with its self-representation and associated behaviors from Harry Potter and recontextualized it within the realms of dance and theater, where fandom was not a prerequisite for acceptance or status.
And maybe you've had something like Michael's experience. I know I have. I definitely find that the 3 specific skills I've accrued as a nerd, whether that's getting into comic books or music or video essays, have always been in a surprising variety of areas that allow me to feel more fulfilled, in a sense bigger, more like me, my identity. To quote the paper again,
we show how individuals can learn to deal with the simultaneously debilitating and empowering freedom of contemporary culture by learning how to maneuver within it. Individuals thus embrace a malleable identity by learning how to adapt within their ever-changing cultural context.
Okay, but we can't really do justice to any of this without understanding the actual social forces that are being measured. So, and I'm so sorry for this, the angry Marxist. You can't talk about accruing cultural skills, transcending field-specific limitations or whatever, and have it make any sense without talking about, actually it's worse than just talking about Marxism. We're going to talk about cultural capital. Is it bougie to do a fashion? None of my clothes are new. The guy who first came up with this term, cultural capital, was Pierre Bourdieu. You probably know him from better video essays. He's actually a great thinker to turn to for those sorts of ridiculous worries, like, is this bougie? Genuinely, if you're sincerely asking, is this pretentious? Am I doing a class treachery right now? Because to really paraphrase Pierre Bourdieu, he wanted to know why some shit is fancy. Why is opera generally considered an art form for the wealthy? Why do Tom Wamsgans and Cousin Greg eat the tiny bird with napkins on their heads? And, you know, why do experts in global politics always look like this? What's the deal with certain kinds of authority having certain aesthetics and vibes? Or, to paraphrase him less half-assedly, how are social hierarchies reproduced when they're not just emerging from literal material accumulation of capital? So he came up with this idea of cultural capital. And through that idea, he ends up with this whole conceptual framework that scholars have been using since to understand the role of cultural resources in reproducing hierarchy. How wealth culture, working class culture, social strata all compose the capitalist hierarchy we all know and love and hate. In his own words,
the notion of cultural capital initially presented itself to me in the course of research
as a theoretical
Da platiš meni 1000 evra da ubijem Milana. Čekaj, brate, da stilu da robijem 20-30 godine za 1000 evra.
Neće niko skontati da si ti, a i učiniš uslugu
actually have an advantage when you can't literally buy better grades.
Lepo je čovjek rekao. 20.000, brate, pa on nije bitno što on vredi, da li vredi ili ne vredi.
Which is when an institution recognizes a person as having some authority or qualification or some
Slušaj,
institutional
ti ga
or some
rokni da ne
other
znaju da
kind,
si
which can then be transferred into an
I to je
economic
to, mi
asset.
nećemo reći da si ti.
Yeah, doctors, lawyers, academics,
Nećemo
but
nikom
also
reći
in
da sam
Britain,
ti
they're
ja
super
platio.
transparent about this. It's its own silly abstract. They get all excited when the local baron comes to give a speech and turn on the Christmas lights and kick the poor in the head or whatever. Oh, this person is very important. We'd better give him a castle. Why is he so important? Well, because he lives in a castle. But it is manifest in American culture also through, amongst other things, celebrity. Stand on the sideline of the red carpet and say to yourself, oh my god, I can't believe I might get a picture of someone so important. Then there's the objectified state of cultural capital, which is what it sounds like. It's capital transformed into powerful objects. What are the sort of objects we get power from? Well, they are our tools, our instruments, our computers and our guns and even our books, our opera tickets. A person who has the knowledge to use such objects can transfer that use and knowledge value into literal cash, gold, but of course none of this would make any sense without that
Tako je programirano.
the embodied state of cultural capital, which is embodying stuff, having a certain accent and a certain demeanor and a certain handshake and knowing stuff, knowing how stuff works, running the gamut from the quite obvious, like being educated in science or law, to the less obvious stuff, knowing how a rich person spends money, how a rich person doesn't spend money, knowing how to speak a foreign language, knowing the secret nicknames of the people in the Garrick Club, like Billy Big Balls or Benny Dick Brain. Right, well that's all very interesting. Just a quick vibe check though. How many of you are like, why aren't you talking about Neil Gaiman? Talk about Neil Gaiman. Restate the crimes. The endless list of things. For the rest of us, Bourdieu's post-racist analysis helps in understanding where the power that can be actually comes from. Because while Gaiman did have the literal cash money to pay off certain of the women he hurt, he also had this more abstract power over them. The scholars that came after Marx were trying to understand an economy composed of more than just steelmills. And Pierre Bourdieu in particular was trying to understand an economics composed of more than just the economy. So he had this pretty solid idea that rich people accumulate capital and therefore power in their very culture. And then what happened is this thing called the 2000s. So on the one hand, thinkers could expand Bourdieu's theory and understand whiteness, for example, as an embodied form of cultural capital, or information technology as an objectified form of cultural capital, or even having a big Twitter following as an institutionalized form of cultural capital. But at that point, some of the confusing complexity of modern culture has entered the picture. The simplest and shortest way to put it is that in the modern cultural arena, we have made the rules of class
a young man must confront a violent tribe that has murdered his father and stolen the medicine that keeps his girlfriend alive.
Purchasing nice things like handcrafted leather-bound pencil sharpeners without that necessarily reflecting class, or they become like self-proclaimed experts in cinema by watching A24 films without that necessarily reflecting class, or they get really into beer, or they spend longer in the museum than you might expect because they don't turn up with their parents. As the middle class shrinks in the global north and generations become materially poorer than their parents, oddly, commensurate, the signifiers of class become more cryptic and turn into empty references for the lols. People are generally messing around with the signifiers of class quite freely and haphazardly. And who could blame them? None of us are climbing the social ladder any other way. Now, you can imagine that this might complicate the concept of fandom, because on the one hand, we have really disrupted the old way of evaluating what it means to have good taste. On the other hand, fandom itself is this process of arranging ourselves around a cultural object. Fandom is collecting leather-bound pencil sharpeners and getting into all of the A24 films, right? Fandom transcends classical social arrangements. So let me quote from the conclusion of the paper.
Through examining identity construction and the resolution of identity ambiguity among serial fans of various consumption phenomena, this study finds that the accrual of cultural capital is a skill that can be learned in a field-specific context and then be contextualized to be employed more generally.
It would seem that sometimes modern people learn from fandoms how to be people, how to navigate the world, how to accrue cultural value. And you might react to that by saying, oh shit, that's bad. Is that bad? Is that why everything's so fucked? And I might ask you to just quiet that concern just for a moment. Yes, it is hard to uncouple fandom from consumer culture. Yes, a lot of the democratization of wealth signifiers, such that you can buy them from Temu, is dystopian. And yes, it is hard to uncouple celebrity culture from American supremacy and normative liberal politics, which include but are not limited to supporting an ongoing genocide in Gaza and putting Mexican children in cages. But if, as I am arguing, we're already decades deep in this phenomenon of people formulating their identity through fandom, more so than historical identity markers like parents' religion, or nationality, or even class, if that is an ongoing process, then we're not going to escape it by broadcasting our disgust and running away. We should try to understand it by recognizing that it makes up part of who we are right now, and that it may contain clues and hacks as to how to organize ourselves and consciousness rays outside of and beyond an imprisoned consumer class. At which point I can admit to just being in love with parts of fandom. I am touched by Michael's story, and I relate to other stories from the film. Discovering aspects of yourself in your heroes and in the arc of your heroes, building a cocoon out of that, and then emerging like a butterfly.
Pa vidi da ti kažem nešto, ne mora ni da se cinkuje, a dobro odrađena limarija sa dobrim zaštitama, brate, isto ti može traje kao i cinkovana limarija. Nije to baš presudno, ali obično se desi da u fabrici gledaju da uštede na svašta nešto i...
Velike količine svaka ušteda znači.
Zna se koji su najbolji bili, Veđe.
Pa da, ovi Volvoji.
Less shy, more vibrant, more interested in things, with more to say, and saying things that feel more like you. That's gorgeous. I don't know who I'd be without Eddie Izzard or Jim Henson. So now I can give you my definition. It is someone who, when you trip over them out there in the world, they feel like you, but better.
Da, i drže dugo godina isto titulu kao marka automobila sa najmanjim procentom fabričkih grešaka. Znači, skoro da nema ništa. I ako ima, to je znači nešto zanemarujuće, nešto baš... Ne, sad.
They've been indulging in the spoils of power, traveling across the colonies, living in expensive buildings, eating nice food, taking good drugs, and sexually assaulting people. It just takes a breaking story like a podcast or some other brave whistleblower to reveal how they're powerful. And then those of us with a conscience who thought we had picked a good hero scrabble around, trying to separate the art from the artist, trying to separate the artist from ourselves, so that there's something left of what they taught us about ourselves that we can still stand on.
Jesu su mnogo skupe.
Kako ništa?
Ispod 8.000 evra nemaš Toyota da nađeš. Mislim, to je najjeftinije što sam našao. Video i našao.
And would you like to play? Not Gaiman's Death and neither Birdman's game. It's Scrabble. See? The letters spell my name. N-E-I-L, which shares an author's shame. Neil Gaiman puts a lot of literary references into his work. From Shakespeare to Sophocles to H.P. Lovecraft to Chaucer to the Old Testament to the Norse Edda and so on. And behind all of that literary craftsmanship and edifice, it can be hard to see Neil himself. The way I like to put it is that he has his art render level set very high, so that the parts that are made of him get very finely chopped and ground and lost in the overall blend. He picks up that particular turn of phrase from an essay by Gaiman's ex-wife, Amanda Palmer, someone who admits to having her own art blender set very low, so that huge chunks of her appear in almost everything she makes. And Sarah and I
Nisam nikad znam da su one starije bile dobre.
Kad su bili ovi moji
Except, of course, I am not Neil, I'm deaf, and Neil himself is dead to me at heart. I'm sick of wasting time and words and breath on gaming, so instead, here's Roland Barthes. Roland Barthes is a philosopher and literary theorist who wrote the now famous essay, The Death of the Author. See? I'm deaf. I'm just as deaf because this is an old, dead point that nobody wants to talk about anymore. Did you know that there's a way to interpret a text that completely disregards authorial intent? Yes, but there's something of particular note that's happened to Death of the Author as a concept, and it makes it worth revisiting. The meaning of this term seems to have drifted a little from the original essay. People seem to interpret Death of the Author as a distinction between an author's work and an author's personality. So it becomes a means by which we intellectualize and explain away the guilt of engaging with the work of people like J.K. Rowling or Graham Linehan or whatever other bastard. The author is dead to you. You're not promoting them or celebrating.
Nema da štuca, nema da se gasi, nema ništa. Na primjer, eto, za Vini Sani sam isto čitao da su isto jako dobri pouzdani motori, nemaju nikakve kvarove, neke nenormalne, to mislim da se nešto desi. Malo su cene delova vezano za samo motor skuplje, ali jebi ga, nemaš ni kvarove. Ali, brate, sad cenovno su stvarno baš mnogo otišle gore. Da.
Oka reći kurate...
2010. godište, brate, 6000 €.
Valhalla calling me.
A ništa ti kupi na otpad delo i napravi kao ispobesnili Max, brate.
To.
To će da uspe definitivno.
Te. Moj Milane. Jabuko što grane. Moj Miljan.
Dišani je on cijeli pušti ko trljaka tikve, pa znaš šta je pušti?
Šta kažeš?
Dišani je on cijeli turki ko trljaju kad tikve, znaš šta je pušti? To je ona scena iz Putopo sveta pa kad se de. Ne, kad ih zarobe pirati pa se de onda. Pa onaj Crnogorac gleda i ovaj pirat puca oni galbovi kada ne može onu pticu da pogode pa da pušku drže dvojica kao ja. To ti Milan kad igra ovaj Khan.
Genghis Khan.
Bože, koliko bolesno na Throne and Liberty.
Them, you're promoting or celebrating the worlds they created. You are claiming those worlds, in fact, for you and the fandom. And fuck the author. Now, that's not a wrong way to think about fiction. It's not even necessarily a wrong way to think about Death of the Author. But as I say, it shows some significant drift from the original work. I mean, Roland Barthes would have to be a real hypocrite to be like, that wasn't what I meant. So what did he mean? I don't fucking know. But he arranged the words in a way that I can interpret as being a response to the era of literary criticism that came before, which focused almost entirely on the author and his mind and his life and his intent. Death of the Author is concerned with the possibility of words and poetry. It praises the sublime subjective dance between reader and text.
A text's unity lies not in its origin, but in its destination. To give a text an author is to impose a limit on that text, to furnish it with a final signified, to close the writing.
You guys ever listen to Animal Collective? This essay sees the author as this overshadowing dimension of a work, which collapses all other artistic possibilities. So when Neil Gaiman says, for example, Maeve Livingston rode the lift up to the 5th floor alone, the slow, jerky journey giving her plenty of time to rehearse in her head what she would say to Graham Coates when she got there. She was carrying a slim brown briefcase, which had belonged to Morris, a peculiarly masculine object. Who thinks the briefcase is peculiarly masculine? Is it Maeve Livingston? Is it Neil Gaiman? Is it an objective fact from the view of the universe? This essay doesn't think that there's an answer to that question, and not only that, but if there were an answer, then this book and all books would be less good. The view of Neil Gaiman should disappear. His voice should become mine. He should die in committing his art to my experience.
In precisely this way, literature, by refusing to assign a secret and ultimate meaning to the text, liberates what may be called an anti-theological activity. An activity that is truly revolutionary, since to refuse to fix meaning is, in the end, to refuse God and his hypostases, reason, science, law. Boy, I hope it's pronounced hypostases.
So should we argue that Gaiman's work would be better without the Gaiman part? Well, we definitely could argue that. Interpretation is an activity. There should be no shoulds. What we can say is that the removal of the author transforms that activity. Maybe it could be useful for you as a creator. You get rid of your ego, surprise yourself, use more automatic processes, disregard your intentions and become the art. And then as an audience, our response to all these weird modern commercial artistic enterprises could be transformed by shedding the burden of author. Because modern art and media make such cynical components of authorship. This is a Steven Spielberg film, this is a Stephen King novel, and this is a Duffer Brothers, Stephen King, Steven Spielberg, Steven sandwich. As audience, we have our ability to assess, crowded out by this emphasis on brand. And Neil Gaiman is nothing if not a brand. Quite apart from all this evil shit that he did, Gaiman was already on his way to outliving his pristine artist status by virtue of becoming, like so many before him, a parody of himself. Disappointing adaptations, oversaturation, annoying ads on YouTube for Neil Gaiman Masterclass. The back of this copy of Anansi Boys is not a blurb. It's not even praise for the book. It's praise for the world of Neil Gaiman. It's endorsement of a brand. Gaiman was already dangerously close to becoming the thinking man's Tim Burton. Not that process is peculiar to Neil Gaiman. Part of the process alienating me from my artistic heroes is their being cheapened, commodified, made into brands. The focus on their celebrity and status as author, all of which is the exact opposite of the pure vibes of my interaction with that art. Quite antithetical to the direction that Roland Barthes thought it was important for society and art to move in. Alan Moore, who I'm bringing up not because he appeared in his own annoying masterclass ads, nor because he is a personal friend of Neil Gaiman by fiction, because this guy is still capable of shaking up our ideas of all different. He's a renowned innovator in the medium of comic books and graphic novels. He wrote Watchmen and From Hell and The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, all of which he tried to guard against disappointing adaptations, with little success. And he spoke about this phenomenon of celebrity eclipsing art and how it relates to the deterioration of fandom scenes in general.
I detected the beginnings of a tendency to fetishize a work's creator rather than simply appreciate the work itself, as if artists and writers were themselves part of the costumed entertainment. Never having sought a pop celebrity relationship with readers,
Nisi vidio. Oh, veliki
Molim te, popita blete za smirenje.
Stream Elements. Welcome to my channel. Nightbot. Welcome to my channel.
All of which he tried to guard against disappointing adaptations with little success. And he spoke about this phenomenon of celebrity eclipsing art and how it relates to the deterioration of fandom scenes in general.
I detected the beginnings of a tendency to fetishize a work's creator rather than simply appreciate the work itself, as if artists and writers were themselves part of the costumed entertainment. Never having sought a pop celebrity relationship with readers, I withdrew by stages from the social side of comics, acquiring my standing as a furious, unfathomable hermit in the process.
Moore describes comic book fandom as becoming gentrified, where once there was a thriving community of working-class outsiders in obscure basements, now there is a fandom industry of middle-aged and middle-class folks those who can afford to participate in the hobby and whose domineering tactics have an adverse effect on the perception of the fandom. And of course there are those who would argue the exact opposite, that nerd culture has been disproportionately, perhaps in a nefarious and underhanded way, pushed towards identity politics, the queer and radicalized minorities that seem to have colonized fandom as if overnight. And those people are a very good example of a toxic fandom, the thing that Alan Moore is talking about.
I believe that fandom is a wonderful and vital organ of contemporary culture, without which that culture ultimately stagnates, atrophies, and dies. At the same time, I'm sure that fandom is sometimes a grotesque blight that poisons the society surrounding it with its mean-spirited obsessions and ridiculous, unearned sense of entitlement.
Fandom corrupts. You see, as much as it can be framed as quite lovely to have these parallel worlds for us outsiders where we can learn how to people, these fandom worlds are rife with problems. Through the mythologies and rules and methods of accruing social capital in a fandom, these communities can inherit some of the worst, ugly fictions from out here in the real world, and then not only repeat them, but amplify them, obsess over them, and socially police them. In Don't Mess With My Happy Place, Understanding Misogyny in Fandom Communities, author Gwendolyn S. Nisbet examined misogyny from the fan perspective by collecting qualitative interview responses from fans at Comic-Con. God help her. The results were pretty much exactly as you'd expect. Men reporting sexist attitudes towards women, women reporting bullying and harassment. The conclusion states,
this group of geek men, who are often marginalized themselves, are trying to hold on to and perpetuate their form of hypermasculinity by belittling and marginalizing female fans. While each fandom is different, with some being more offensive, the notion of women not fitting into the fandom because of a lack of fandom knowledge is the strongest and most persistent theme.
And that's just one of the many studies demonstrating pretty unambiguously the regressive and often hostile environments in fandoms for marginalized participants, often women. Now, am I trying to conclude that Neil Gaiman in particular developed his sexist and violent attitudes towards women in the seedy basements of 1970s comic fandom London, and that's why he's such an abusive prick? No. No, who cares? I'm not interested in what lies in Neil Gaiman's heart, and I really don't think you should be either. I'm not interested in finding the real Neil in his work or his interviews or in his published statements defending himself. And I don't think you should be either. Speaking for myself, as the anthropomorphic personification of death, I don't think we should be going on social media or YouTube and either wondering or loudly declaring the kinds of personality disorders or moral shortcomings we think this particular person has. I don't think we should be finding patterns in his past relationships or his choice of wording or speculating on the tells in his books and the way he writes women or whatever. I don't think you need Roland Barthes to tell you that that's getting it exactly back. So let's cut to the chase.
Welcome back, everyone. Only Matt has made it through to the final chase.
Death of the author is just one way to do it. It's misunderstood, and I think something gets lost in that misunderstanding. Just how antithetical it is to our contemporary way of thinking about works of media. Just how nosy and obsessed with people's personal lives and mistaken about genius we are. There's a reason I've chosen to refer to the essay The Death of the Author and to use its pronouns of it/its rather than referring to its author, Roland Barthes, and his pronouns of he/his. This is a kind of hack to get your brain to associate a text with its own meaning rather than associating it with a relational meaning between your interpretation of the text and your interpretation of the author. And so instead of thinking, what influence has Neil Gaiman had on me, I can think, what influence have the Sandman comics had on me? Or what influence has American Gods had on me? More importantly, instead of thinking, what sort of a soul could create such a piece of literature, I can think, what is the soul of this piece of literature? Because at this point, I don't want to know anything more about Neil Gaiman and his fucking ugly business. I frankly don't want to bump into him in his books. And I can't bring myself to care about his fucking Blender level settings or whatever. I think because I'm uncomfortable giving him that power. If we really wanted to, like, help women, if we really wanted to prevent the future abuse of vulnerable fans or the future sexual assault of vulnerable young employees, then we should focus on the social forces and measurable phenomena underlying that abuse. Not the
Ne bi su da radim to opet princip pravo.
As Mary Piper said, as unthinkable to young men as animals. In that endeavor, we can look to academics, another kind of author, for some measurable direction towards the goal of doing away with healing this species of sexual life. That could be the way that we orient when revelation or whoever come to light. An academic text, good epidemiology, or a good psych paper, or a respectable feminist text, does not rely on the persona of its author to be true or good, and will only be informed by the author's personal life in as much as it might create bias, which is an interesting way to think about death of the author. Perhaps authors can fail to die in their efforts to really write. Just like an academic text can fail to capture objective reality, art can fail to adequately capture subjective reality. An author can inherit some of the worst ugly fictions from out here in the broader world and then not only repeat them, but amplify them. An author can be little more than an interruption to the things that they wanted to say. I think that's a fascinating and open-ended way to think about books.
Per vedere una grande versione Roma in Montenegrina.
It's a massive part of why this essay is so distracted by the broader picture. A picture of fame and power that inevitably creates hierarchy and particularly corrupts masculinity. One which isn't helped by picking apart the carcass of Neil Gaiman's shortcomings. And this is what I think. Success is fundamentally tied to sexual power over women. By remembering its immutable reality, I may have strangely enough found a means by which I can break this bloody parasocial bond that I have with Neil fucking Gaiman. A way to swap one kind of heartbreak for another.
Basically,
Neil Gaiman is not special. Not as a writer, not as a man, and not as a monster. Neil Gaiman is, at best, a weak-spirited fellow in the face of forces that make sexual assault so fucking normal. And that's the problem.
Did you study Greek tragedy in school? Like read Antigone or Medea or Oedipus Rex? Here we go. If so, you might have gone over some of Aristotle and his analysis of the tragic hero. Like they have to be in a position of power or status because then they have something to lose. And they have to have some sort of tragic flaw. A tragedy often invokes a strong message about fate and inevitability. Oedipus hears he's going to kill his father and marry his mother, so he runs away, never to see them again, killing a random man and marrying a queen, only to find out later that he was in fact adopted, and by attempting to run from his fate, he sealed it. Aristotle believed that watching plays is good for us. It helps us experience feelings of pity and fear, and purging those feelings fulfills a social function. Sometimes I wonder if we're doing something similar when we collectively process a celebrity's downfall. So there are two concepts here that I can The first is effective disposition theory, the second is moral capital. Effective disposition theory is one of those psych theories that you may be just tempted to call common sense, but a lot of our common sense beliefs aren't actually true, so it's always good to have a tested theory to point to. This one says that when we engage with a TV show, for example, we make moral judgments of the characters involved, and we like when good things happen to the good guys, and we like when bad things happen to the bad guys. It gets more complicated, obviously. The amount of empathy we have for a character's circumstances plays a role in whether we see them as good or bad, and our perception of characters change as we learn more information. But in this case, it's basically an explanation for Schadenfreude. It's nice seeing bad people get punished. Moral capital is slightly more complicated. Expanding on Bourdieu's cultural capital, moral capital describes how our social standing, our clout, our wasta, can change based on how moral we experience people. That's not our actual choices. Morality is a personal system of rules that other people can't really see or follow. This is explicitly the morality that we signal. It's virtue signaling as a real academic concept rather than just a regular dogma. So, if you see a celebrity as a commodity or a character, which is how many of us interact with them, then these two forces might come into play when this celebrity commits a transgression. Obviously, some people are going to be genuinely upset, hurt, and invested, but other people have an opportunity to improve their moral capital by loudly calling out. You know, apologize about Angel Buck already. By loudly condemning an influencer, we're saying we're not on team, I don't know, infidelity or buying an expensive house or team sexual assault. I'm not saying this is done cynically. It can feel destabilizing to see someone you admire committing a moral transgression. And if you're saying something about it, even just on your own Blue Sky feed, then it can give you some amount of relief. But it's also good to look at why Twitter mobs develop, to recognize that it can be fun to join in on condemning an influencer, even if you didn't know who they were before hearing that they'd done something wrong. It scratches the itch we feel in wanting villains to suffer, and it raises our social status with like-minded people. This is why so many of these cancellations are actually nothing like Greek tragedy, because the catharsis we feel in watching the villain get their due, that's not what Aristotle coined the term catharsis for. The Greek tragic hero is moral, deontologically and rigidly so. It's their principles that get them into trouble, and their inability to morally compromise that seals their fall from grace. Aristotle's catharsis relies on us having empathy and experiencing pity, and that's not what happens with Neil Gaiman.
You know, he read me a poem once. Neil Gaiman. He read a lot of people's poems. He was in a big room with a lot of people in the room, and he was on the stage part of the room. But still, you know, look at me, name-dropping Neil Gaiman. So that was at an Amanda Palmer gig, which was this formative opportunity. And he's on the stage there, and he's fervent a clear relationship, not long out of the closet. And Amanda Palmer had come to Dublin to sing for everybody the same week that Ireland legalised abortion. It was the famous repealing of the Eighth Amendment week. Irish feminists will remember where they were. And Neil Gaiman, who was married to Palmer at the time, was also in Dublin for the launch of a new book or something, I believe. And there were whispers that perhaps he might make an appearance at this gig. He did. He came out and he read a poem about how the first scientists from more species were women, who tested which mushrooms needed to be cooked and made slings for their babies to keep their arms free. It's actually a pretty good poem, but I'm done quoting Gaiman. When he finished, Palmer leaned playfully into a microphone so that her voice was really loud, and she said, "Good feminist." That was his image. Not just a guy, not just a nice guy, but a feminist, a proper champion for women and for marginalized people. He famously defended the inclusion of a trans woman character in the Sandman novels. He's had public spats with TERFs. He identifies as a feminist. He walked out on the stage, and as silly as it is, I got excited chills and a heart-pounding feeling of something cool happening. Yes, it was a because of an exciting chapter in my life, a righteous part of Ireland's history, and a genuinely very good gig. But it was also because he came to join us in that moment. Like, important things were happening, and an important person was joining us and conferring importance on this moment. He was someone with an inherent fortune in moral capital. And in order for someone to fall from grace, they have to be in possession of grace in the first place. There has to be at least some morality and dignity for them to lose. People like Andrew Tate or Matt Walsh don't have that standard that they're held to. Even edgy comedians like Ricky Gervais or Bill Maher start out much more morally ambivalent, and so they can say, "I get cancelled all the time." They never really get cancelled. Occasionally, like with Tate or his brother or with Conor McGregor, they might get prosecuted to whatever extent, but few, if any, of their fandom will break up with them. Their persona is consistent with their wrongdoing. They're famous because they're monsters. This is summed up in something called expectancy violations theory. Relationships are damaged when someone violates a moral expectation. See, whether or not a relationship is parasocial, it's always based on your expectation of someone. I thought Neil Gaiman was a good feminist. His wife said so. These expectations we have may offer some explanation for our disbelief when a celebrity does something bad. Our expectations of the character of someone we know and love may even be part of why we sometimes mount premature defenses of them. They would never do that. This must be a cash grab, false accusation, fake news, or a psyop. You see, unlike a Greek tragedy or most forms of narrative that we actually enjoy, the fall from grace of a celebrity can never be that of a tragic hero. They're not a hero. They're not fated to exemplify some absolute moral trait or some absolute character trait. They're not so very much themselves that they face destruction because of it. No. The only way a celebrity can fall from grace is if they fail to be who we think they are. Unfortunately, we all thought Neil Gaiman was unbelievably cool and quite moral and generally very sound and a good guy. Part of the reason this hurts so much is that yet another good guy turned out to be anything but, and there's no catharsis in that. It's not good storytelling. So we scrabble around trying to find a pattern on some higher order of things. Maybe they're made up allegations, or maybe Neil Gaiman must have actually been a dickhead all along, or maybe I never even really liked those books as much as I thought I did. Maybe, narrative, dissonance, dissonance.
It's appealing to think that we're smarter than the other people around us, that we're more likely to sniff out the fakes and pretenders. We see this every time there's a cancellation. All of the people coming out of the woodwork saying, I knew all along that Joe Jonesteen was toxic. And hey, I get it. I've always hated J.K. Rowling. I wrote an editorial for my high school newspaper where I called her a bad writer. I didn't spot that she'd become a prominent anti-feminist hate monger, but the bad writing I did, and it felt a little perversely validating when someone who I hated turned out to have been a bad person. Okay, so I'm no better here. I have participated in this phenomenon. But stick with me, a lot of that feeling of I knew it is probably based on as humans, we're actually really bad at sussing out liars. This is a bugbear of mine because it's clearly something we want to be good at. It's a staple of daytime TV shows for a reason. The body language expert, the micro-expressions expert, the whatever pseudoscience is popular at the moment expert. But none of them are any good at it either. We all know by now that polygraph machines are bullshit. And it seems like fMRI methods of catching deception are laden with the same sorts of problems. In studies of deception, differences between liars and truth tellers are inconsistent and very faint. So we're finding that, for example, someone lying might make slightly fewer hand movements than someone telling the truth. Well, that only gets you somewhere if you're incredibly aware of the average amount of hand movements that people make. To be able to tell if somebody's lying based on hand gestures, you'd have to be like counting their hand gestures like you were in a lab in normal conditions, and then they'd have to murder somebody, and then that's when you'd have to be like, let's see if when you're trying to defend yourself you use fewer or more hand gestures.
In John Grisham's The Gesturer.
This is the example an article I read used when making the case that police guidelines on catching liars are actually really misleading. And factor into this that liars might take countermeasures to make themselves seem more believable, or that we find people experiencing anxiety less believable. And it all kind of falls apart. We can't see if someone is lying to us by looking at their voices, faces, bodies, or brains. In fact, when we trust our intuition, we're actually setting ourselves up to fall afoul of social biases like racism or sexism or classism or ableism. Besides, thinking we're good at reading vibes is kind of victim-blamey. Sure, the guy who punches holes in walls at parties is probably not a great guy, but the really charming one who tells interesting stories and is a good listener, that guy isn't necessarily safe. Ask people leaving abusive partners if they saw any red flags early on. Some obviously did, but a ton of others didn't. And it's not because they're particularly bad judges of character, but because a lot of abusive people are really good at impression management, at being charming, at being really in control of themselves in situations where that's socially advantageous. A lot of people leaving abusive partners are going to be met with disbelief because often the most abusive people seem really great. That's kind of the way they're able to do what they do. Abusive people are essentially really good liars. But knowing that isn't satisfying. If you've been hurt by someone, if you've been deceived, it's not very cathartic to hear, well, this could happen to anyone. None of us is very good at this. So you might start trying to come up with your own way of sussing out who the bad guys are ahead of time. I see this a lot on Twitter or in the comment sections of my own or my friends' videos. People saying things like, is that thumbnail AI art because that would mean you're lying about the whole anti-capitalist thing? Or so-and-so pronounced that word incorrectly? That might be a tell that they're being paid off. Or I don't know, calling things psyops? I see a lot of people calling things psyops. Or one YouTuber is getting canceled for legitimate reasons, and a bunch of people start listing other unconnected YouTubers by being like, I can't wait for this to happen to X next. And it's like, you can't wait to find out there's someone else who got assaulted by a different YouTuber? Like, what? I found these comments gross, but I'm trying to tell myself what I'm seeing isn't people necessarily delighting in other people's downfall, but a kind of paranoia that develops in this environment where we've been made to feel as if we're responsible for preventing ourselves from being victimized. Finding out that a creator we love has done something bad doesn't just hurt. Because we're identified with the creator, we start to feel like it's an indictment of ourselves, and that really hurts. I think that urge to suss out the phonies is a way of trying to protect ourselves. I just don't think it's very effective. The people who are good liars are usually really aware of how to market themselves as safe and wholesome. All the looking for tells does is create an unpleasant environment. It doesn't mean you're going to avoid loving another abusive creator. Bad actors are the ones at fault for their actions. It's not the fault of people who trusted them or who loved them or were engaged with their works. And it's not an indictment of your judgment being bad if you've been hurt by one of them. That's just human. If they've taken advantage of your trust to hurt you or to hurt others, then hey, that's just one more way that they've been awful. All right, do I get to go back to bed now?
Go to bed, go to bed.
Okay, I do not know how pregnancy doesn't radicalize more people.
I actually have mixed feelings about parasocial relationships. Like I said towards the start, we all have some manner of online existence, and as a result, a persona. A lot of us are networked, like not in a cynical business-like way, but in a social way, with people who make the culture by sharing in its interests and people who make the culture by making things.
When you put your hands up because you put them in front of you, they suddenly were like really in the fray, like kind of scary.
But okay, I'll pick up that thread in a second. First, I want to start pulling together some of these other threads because fuck Gaiman, but now in the sense that all of this is much bigger than him. All the research on fandom communities and theorizing about cultural, social, moral capital and so on is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of understanding how modern culture organizes itself. This phenomenon of learning how to be people from Star Trek, from comic books, from Hollywood, from mediums, from fantasy novels, and now from YouTube is generations deep. You are on social media following a bunch of your heroes, and or you're in a Discord community for a thing you're interested in, and or you're interacting with various cultural objects that make up your taste and therefore your identity, and definitely you are the target of algorithms that have already concluded your relationships to those cultural objects anyway. You are a fan whether you know it or not. That is the way society is organized now. Of course it is. Fans are consumers. Consumers are fans. And like misogyny and fandom, the connection between fandom and consumerism is really well established in the academic literature on the subject. But there's something more that I'd like to add to that. This fandom normativity, if you want to call it that, composes our understanding of ourselves much more so than some other ideas that get more press, like neoliberalism or postmodernism or whatever. Like, the prevailing image of the modern Western hegemonic person is one who's alienated by capitalism and the internet age, right? Who thinks that individualism and rational ideals from the Enlightenment are just like normal things, who was born long after Nietzsche declared God is dead and we have killed him, who inherits post-modernity and the surveillance state and all of that bollocks, right? But my suspicion is that we can't perceive those things about ourselves very well. What we can perceive about ourselves is our taste. Our self-image is arrived at by way of what we like and what we don't like, and what we think liking and not liking certain things says about us. All of that, what we like and what we don't like and what we think it says about us, is how we understand our relationship to this dystopia that we live in too. It is both illuminating and more than a little horrifying, because yeah, that last vestige of freedom that you think you have to read a book or listen to some music or even like the way that someone thinks forms the strongest bond between you and this capitalist construct. You are attached to the continued output of Neil Gaiman or the MCU or the leftist fucking cooks. It is telling that the thing they threaten you with in anti-USSR propaganda is a grey, homogenous, unentertaining, colourless, cultureless dull. Or in anti-North Korean propaganda, the threat is state control of a wildly uncool and impossible to interpret media landscape. Like they're just shy of saying, without capitalism, there'd be no fun. There'd be no Hollywood, there'd be no book signings, there'd be no hot ones, there'd be no Saturday morning cartoons or Saturday Night Live or Saturdays, and the only celebrities would be politicians with big mustaches who slowly disappear from photographs. Is that what you want? Communists? Of course, this is not a threat I want to replicate. It's not my idea of utopia, quite apart from debunking its complete falsity. It's also not a way I want to implement celebrity. I think there is at least one very unnecessary and tenuous connection between these disgustingly wealthy and powerful and culturally ubiquitous creators of fun, the stars, and the colour and art and fandom and community and fervour we want to have in our lives, and that we have a right to have in our lives. Just testing those vibes again here, but yep, there's a spoiler, and you know, vibes, there definitely seems to be something in the air calling us back to those basements in 1970s London, to smaller and more personal fandoms where tens of avid comic book readers might gather to tell one baffled penciler that his art is very important. I don't mean literally a call to any basement in particular, but rather a shared, stronger, fluid rejection of ubiquitous fandom, and a return to community arranged around creativity and shared weirdness. I would include in this the call to return to Web 1.5 sensibilities that I've seen from CJDX, Chris Waves, and others, which I think is our generation's nostalgia for basement facts. All of this reminds me of small-scale music scenes from my own experience, from stories, dubstep at its creative peak, or punk back when it was punk. From my perspective, playing music and going to gigs and working with different musicians, getting to know heads from the scene was the joyful part, and the part that sucked was the neuroses of trying to succeed, the conflicting needs of creativity and commerciality. I could talk about small-scale comedy gigs in Dublin. I could talk about poetry nights in Limerick. And what's cool is I'm sure many of you could talk about your own weird scenes in your own weird little cities as fans and as creatives, or as both. So when I say I have mixed feelings about parasocial relationships specifically, it's because I find this scene, the video essay scene, the most cool and exciting artistic medium happening right now. And I believe that part of the reason it's so cool and exciting has to do with how much of a response it is to all of the things we've spoken about in this video. It's a development of nerd culture. Look at all the video essays about comic book movies and anime and video games and books. It's a basement culture. You still have to explain to people what a video essay even is. It is a parallel culture concerned at its core with not repeating the prejudices of mainstream society, so it's an interesting scene in which to learn to be a person. It's massively creative in that most authentic and exciting of ways, in the sense that none of us have any idea how video essays work and we're still making up how they even go. And most important of all, the audience is right here, right up in our business, speaking back to us. The audience has more power than in almost any other media, and there's data on this. A consensus is growing that there are unique components to parasocial relationships with YouTubers and streamers specifically. One study I found shows how parasocial relationships with Twitch streamers and relationships with their communities can be both beneficial and potentially harmful when it comes to navigating difficult parts of our lives specifically. On the one side, streams offer distraction, pleasure, relatedness to others, and online anonymity can help people to open up. But on the other side, the study showed that trolling and memes can also stop people from opening up.
Several people, due to their depression or anxiety, stated it was impossible for them to build and maintain these real-world relationships. For these people, Twitch was a way to have at least some form of social connection. In addition, the participants in our study seemed well aware of the difference between the virtual and the real world, and the one-sided nature of the relationship between themselves and the streamer.
But another study went even further and framed parasocial relationships with streamers in particular as 1.5-sided. That is,
characterized by the potential for reciprocal communication, strong community affiliation, fandom cultures, wishful identification, high emotional engagement, and increased presence.
The fact that something they say can send the streamer off to go look something up and better themselves, all leads to a dissolving of the boundaries between parasocial and social in this medium and media like it. I'll re-emphasize, when I say that there's more accountability in this scene, I don't mean to promote the sort of atmosphere where we patrol YouTubers and streamers.
Apologize about Angel Buck already.
On the lookout for the secretly abusive, or the secretly fashy, or the secretly transmedicalist, or the secretly working for the Kremlin. I mean, the YouTubers getting paid by Russia aren't exactly doing a great job of hiding it. But in fact-checking and bouncing back and forth ideas and sharing academic resources and participating in mutual aid, and by positively encouraging the better part of ethical living, saying, hey, your work has helped me to be a better person. Audiences of streamers and political YouTubers have adopted an interesting role, one which might have baffled Roland Barthes. They are part of the art, part of a symphony of voices in which the streamer or the YouTuber is no longer the sole author. They also die in committing their voices to the creation. And by the way, I do think that live streaming on Twitch is art. I don't get this whole that's not real art argument for everything. Art is cheap, art is abundant, art is everywhere. I think lots of online media gets unfairly maligned as content, but it is art. And we're allowed to say that. Be proud of your Facebook culture. I've noticed that when Sarah tells me she's seen something on TikTok, she'll be like, I heard from an antenatal clinician on TikTok. And I'm like, don't be ashamed, don't take, like, she's a qualified OBGYN and I know you watch TikTok. Don't worry, I love you. Another important structural difference between this kind of parasocial relationship and the kind of parasocial relationship that I used to have with Neil Gaiman before we broke up is where the money comes from. Basically, bottom-up revenue versus revenue from a media outlet. Now, I know that on the one hand, Neil Gaiman's fans pay his bills. They buy his books and they watch his adaptations. I also know that streamers and YouTubers come in all kinds of sizes and they make money from ad revenue from ads hosted on sites like YouTube, which is owned by Google, and Twitch, which is owned by Amazon. But there is a top-down component to Gaiman. He has a very well-paid agent. He publishes with the biggest publishers, the money all goes to a big pot, and he gets paid very handsomely. Gaiman has readers. He has subjects, in a way. He is elevated above them in the capitalist system, and they purchase entertainment from him. This is why I actually don't think the answer lies, as Alan Moore hints, in creators becoming investors in respective mansions. Whereas in the small to medium creator economy, we're completely immersed. We're all fans together. The audience is right here, and our community is the thing that actually supports us financially. The thing that we focus on, Sarah and I, is Patreon. And with something like Patreon, you have a bottom-up source of revenue. We are concerned with the fan base in the basement, getting excited about the latest video and speaking to us quite directly on our Patreon, in our Discord. And mostly, people don't use that as a way to force us to do it. Very few people, if anyone, has ever used Patreon for money to force a parasocial interaction. Most people just care about art, about video editing, they're true fans of a medium, of an idea. And if you're like, oh, well, this is a pretty good video, then you owe a debt of gratitude to the people who support us on Patreon. You could be one of them, if you like, but if you can't afford to, don't worry. Because some very cool people, some video essay nerds, have got your back. So yeah, the ability of someone like Neil Gaiman to abuse their power is intrinsically related to that top-down relationship with the rest of us. It's just not the same thing as LumiRoo, for example, having a community of people and genuinely in good faith trying to be a good influence on them.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
With the greatest respect, who's even fucking heard of LumiRoo?
Well,
they're not a celebrity, but they are nevertheless a cultural object for a community, and their intentions by way of their community would seem to be very sincere. It is my opinion that we shouldn't run away from or be disgusted by this idea of parasocial relationships, but instead we need to disentangle that idea from rising in the hierarchy of society. If we take social attachments to people we don't actually know as some inevitable part of a world where books and the internet exist, then we should be very smart about what we run away from and try to abolish. Perhaps the only socially acceptable parasocial relationships should be 1.5-sided. And if we examine power, Patreon,
toys as well. Bigger and more we find that each evil is fundamental to owning human structure. The whole way that society is structured is that the elevated, prestigious positions are defined by sexual entitlement to people who are less important. It's not defined by jewels and cars and franchises. There are many these are rich people that laugh at by old money for the gauche ways that they dress themselves in riches. And it's not defined by fame. There are lots of very important who are very powerful, you've never heard of, and they like it. But the sort of power that Neil Gaiman use, hurt, ejaculate on, and silence women is baked into power as we understand it in these fucking stories. It just is. It is always dangerous when we make men powerful. Oh, that's the time step. That's the time. So people who just skip the entire essay, they just joined us like 30 seconds. Yeah, so that's it. Neil Gaiman is not he's not even interesting. Sexually assaulting people is one of the most foundational ways of demonstrating that you've won capitalism. People do it when they're at the top because they can, and people emulate it when they're not at the top because they want to feel like they are at the top. We need to deconstruct the whole celebrity, fame, power, structure thing. If you'd seen the rest of the video, you'd have a better idea of how I would propose to do that, or at least you'd have a better idea of what we could do instead. But whatever, you know, time's a waste, and you've got to watch some videos about that new big prime number they found and some Simpsons retrospectives or whatever. So let's get on with the conclusion. Even your taste moves on from heartbreak. You might harbor that feeling for a while of wanting to get back with your ex. But they've changed, and you've changed, and even kissing won't be what it was because your lips have changed. So I find it hard to read Neil, honestly. He seems kind of crap now, and mediocre, and commercial, and obvious, and like, So do a lot of things, honestly. Like, apparently the Good Omens TV show has totally disavowed him for season 3, but I still don't feel like I was going to be missing out on much by skipping it, so I think I still might. I tried to read Neil Gaiman, and he wasn't all that, so then I tried to watch TV, and it was also just garbage. What is SEAL Team? Why aren't there 3 seasons of SEAL Team? Right now, with celebrities cheerleading genocide and stepping in line behind a fascist America, I just can't handle being presented all these tank-riding, bird-shooting, beauty standards, land of the free, commenting on the land of the free things. So I turned it off, and I did nothing. I did nothing, and it was great. I felt like I won't miss celebrities. I won't miss Neil Gaiman. And for the record, I'm not saying that there's a magical, ethical world instead over here of better writers and creatives who would never harm anyone, and it just happens to be that they're video essayists and streamers who just happen to be my friends. Because there's no real structural reason why a novelist or an actor would be any more dangerous. In fact, I know unambiguously that video essayists and streamers are capable of sexual assault. See, there's what you can turn your anger towards. There's changing the world. That's why we make Neil Gaiman a pariah. Because what he did should be unthinkable. Because the pain that it activates in you is real. Because we can and should imagine a better world. Because you don't just get to keep being beloved, Neil. No, fuck off. You're out. You're not a hero, Neil. You're a fucking loser. And that's what we do with our anger. What we do with our love is something else. That's where I'm trying to encourage you to read a better book, a more challenging book, to turn off the screen and listen to some music. What we might do with our love, left over and burned by yet another failed cultural object, is to be excited about it, be open-minded, and slut that love around. Go to a poetry reading, go to a small gig, find a great video essay, find a new novel and know nothing about the persona of its author. Or just turn YouTube off and do nothing. Just do nothing. I'm here singing the praises of video essays, and that's only partly because I want to shake up our conception of parasocial dynamics. It's mostly because I'm excited about new stuff that we could all fall in love with.
The art I'm most excited about lies beyond the event horizon of the collapse of capitalism. Right now, at this horrible late stage, I'm just not interested in the stuff that capitalism produces to show off how dazzling capitalism is. It's empty and it's crap and it's disgusting. I don't like Agatha all along. I don't care for Deadpool and Wolverine, and I'm not going to watch Captain America 4. I don't want to participate in this slop culture. Like, if I have to be alive at this point in time, I want to at least have some say in the quality of beautiful things I consume. I don't have much control over anything else. We need to be able to imagine what a post-celebrity world might look like. I might not have done a very good job with that or explaining why we need to, but we do. We need to imagine what to do with ourselves as geeks and queer people and neurodivergent and obsessive bookish fandom types, because we're wasting our fucking time trying to squeeze beauty out of Neil Gaiman. So that's your homework. Imagine a post-celebrity society. Find some new stuff somewhere. Go tell someone who never can that they're fucking amazing and that their art matters. There's a bit of manic euphoria that sets in at a certain point after a breakup, when you feel like you've got you back, and you have so much you that you want to be and that you want to go show off. Well, maybe we should break up with, not just Neil Gaiman, but the majority of contemporary. We could do that knowing, yes, there'll be a sad bit, a terrible sad bit.
Izvini, brate, lakše mi je oko nego da ću. Ovaj crn dao za 4.000 eura. Njemu je urađen automotor savez. Znači, to je carno.
There's something in the air. Mass media is not the time. We shouldn't try to discuss it. It is likely, one way to fight, that you will eventually read a novel that is so wonderful that makes you think, who could you have been to feel this way about Neil Gaiman? And I hope that for you, that moment is a long way off. Because in the meantime, there's so much exciting, weird, cool, and perhaps not even yet created shit for you to get your teeth into. And a whole lot of doing nothing except imagining that you have to do as well.
Anto, ne znam, benzinci obično svi hoće da potroše malo ulje, to je normalno kod njih. A za visoki već, ne znam.
And B monkey space monkey muck punk D mark blank Amy tankers Lee Paul Offler na meow me. Nick Julie Golick Manuel Frick Infinite Slick Timothy Hick John McCormick Nick P Zark Narc Sidekick. Fred Brennan Sanchez and Meg Hannig Adam Tristan Holderness Thornton Cindia. I'm not telling you Diggleworth Christine Harry McTighe Smokey McBongwater. Bigger, gayer, magic, 1993. Patreon supporter Jesse Reed. Disregulated and E. Shut. Pearl My Terriot Savile Hayes. Lemonade 1947. The Malevolent Weasel. Moon on Her Wings, Mary Hayes, Ash Hutchings, Alex Nevlin, Henry Chen, Lislin, Manet, Queen of Spring. Violet Cyberspace, What's Her Face, Jace Almanza, Mariana Hernandez, Leona Grace, Lacey, Ebro. Tompa Kanhan, Natalie, Ariane, Margot, Shaihan, Lina Alabedian, Jan, Cora, Dory, Muddle, Wait, Onion, Lori, Joe, Natalia, Romaro, Chris, Wallman, and Toria. Patreon limits usernames to 72 characters, but is that in Lulu? Spingus and Mingo, Gwendol versus everything, and Max Dupinois, Spider, Flash, and Sleepwalk. Pranaya Alterio, Pika Pika Lucio, Alendia Warner 137 Milo. Esoteric Fictionalism, SBC Veganartism, Diana Gibson, Rob Robinson, Reed Davidson, Alan McPherson Moe. No. Faust. Authentic, Horntastic Guy, Bombastion, Joel Jansen, Pie.
If I can help, I would.
Bye. That's enough. You're all loved.
My
Bye.
Every because
Bye.
Ask if we ever cross paths again.
Lily! You did.
Kindly.
Dobro večer, Kecmane.
Dobro večer, dobri ljudi, što se radi?
Bravo, Kecmane, što ima? Doslovno.
Pa ja kažem Ilija, bravo svima, ali ti si se isključio.
Ja te nisam čuo...
Nisi me registrovao, znaš.
Jest.
To kaži nekom drugom, svi znamo ovdje da si very bad man.
Yes, very bad snake. Shame, shame, shame,
yeah.
Shame, shame.
Great, more bad news.
Igrao sam ukupno 15 minuta, za 15 minuta izbacio sam servera. Poslije gledam 500.000 ljudi gleda Path of Exile 2 na Twitchu. Koliko igra onda 500.000 gleda. A?
I kako vam se čini taj Path of Exile 2?
Pa izgleda okej, da li vredi da daš 30 evra, ranije ne vredi. Sad čekaj da izađe puna verzija i onda ćemo igrati džabe. A jedino što za 30 evra dobiješ malo premium valute i možda kupiš one stashove. E to je okej. Ajde.
Gledao su bre sa tim pre-order sranjima po Elden.
Jebi ga, tako se danas zarađuju pare, očigledno.
Mislim, ne moraš ti to da radiš. Blizzard ima gore fore. Igru za ceni koliko? $60-70, koliko je bilo kad izašli Diablo 4.
Pa tako.
Ali ako hoćeš da igraš 3 dana ranije,
70.
košta te $100 i nešto dolara.
Daj ne seri.
I ljudi su to kupovali.
Pa čekaj,
imaš content creatore koji ranije to urade da bi znaš, imali start pre svih da mogu da naprave pre-recenziju. Šta kažeš ti, Kecman, izvoli? Jes. Halo.
Ma, Kecman je tu, pa nije tu.
Ma, tu je.
Jer da je tu.
Jest, da je tu, znali bi da je tu.
Meni nešto secka.
Tebi secka.
Kao Super Mario.
Čekaj.
Pam 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 param para pam 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 pam.
Gde si ti ujutru Ilija po naređenju? Nije te bilo sjenje.
Čijem naređenju?
Pa po dogovoru, ajde da kažem. Kakvom dogovoru. Kakvom dogovoru.
Radio je?
Pa radio je, znam da je radio.
Ja sam tu, ma ne znam, popio sam bio ono kako zove, voćno vino, onaj kako se zove,
Angry.
Ne, nego, jebem ga onaj, nije Raspberry Pi, nego... Pije ga omladine. To ti je nešto kao na fazonu piva i šta ti ja znam.
Jao, čekaj.
Štiš da ubijemo ga bossa zajedno?
Godine mlade žene.
A, Kecmane. Ne znam šta radiš.
Daj mi sekund samo... Daj mi sekund samo... Prošli sekund treba mi...
1 sekund. Još jedan sekund. Time after time. Sviđa ti se General Order, Slav.
Ozbiljno?
Da.
Ček ti mora da se resetujem ili nešto, sekund da mi se mogu...
Resetuj.
Pa šta neke planete, Defend, koliko ja vidim nešto jutro što sam vidio.
Ne Major Order zapravo. Nego onaj Daily.
Onaj sam završio jutro s
60
kilova
Welcome to my channel.
Bacaš plamena 100 kilova.
O dobro.
A znaš šta sam ubio? Robot. Ovi mora da su se valjali od smeha kad su me gledali, ovi saigrači, znaš. Trčim okolo na robota, oni me pucaju laserom, ja skačem ispred njih i samo radim ovo sad. Poginuo sam bar 10 puta. Ali sam uradio.
Ali je vredilo.
Jeste, kao ubijaj bube. Ne ubijaj bube. Ne ubijaj.
Znači odmah ću da stavim ovaj Resisting to Fire, odelo. Imam Flamethrower.
A ko je, ono sa Battle Passa ili ono...
Sa Battle Passa ću uzimati.
Ja sam uzmano pomodarsko plavo. To za stilske pojene.
Znači tu ide i napalm i sve živo ima da se roka.
Jeste, napalm, death metal. Da.
Jao čovječe kako me je ukenjalo jutros. Vidim nema nikoga, ajde rekao cool, daj ću da odradim reko personal. I jedan meč, znaš kao ajde farmujem mojim krediti, mi fali još malo jebi ga za novi Warbound. Ništa jedna partija, sve sam, ništa druga partija. Treća partija, 40 sam našao čoveče. Na trojici. I još sam promašio 2 bunkera. Znaš, ne mogu da ih otvorim sam. Neverovatno. Čini mi se da mi fali još 140 i to je to. Ovih super kredita. Coast of Betrayal Amulet. All damage by 25% when wearing has 1 relic charge. Ludih varijacija ima na tim aksesuarima.
Nema.
A šta ona 2 matorca se odvojila dole? Hunt igraju. Tu će malo da ih pitam šta rade. Vidi kako su dobri čoveče, ej. Amuleti do jaja.
Izgled.
Kako mrzim ove idiote.
Dizajn je do jaja, stvarno lepo.
Dođeš da biješ,
pred sve godinu.
Dođe neki idiot sa strane, brate, kao. Jedi go.
Damage reduction.
A svi oni daju neki damage reduction i damage boost. Svakih 5 sekundi, 10% critical, 15% damage dealt.
Escalation protocol.
Piše, the button peers at you like an unblinking eye. Whatever is intended purpose, once lost the bulging growth stacks of device surely alter its function. Evo ti skuplja kilove.
Si vidio onaj Aliens Dark Descent što sam ti poslao?
Jesam, ali nisam baš zainteresovan iz jedne ili igru. Zadnja koju sam igrao je bila...
Ma ne bre, čisto da vidiš što sam ti poslao, šta daju na PSN. Sad ovaj
to?
mesec. Da. Mislim, to ću da dobijem svakako. To je monthly kao onaj, znaš, što ti ostaje, što ti se vezuje za nalog. Da, onda je ono kako beše... onaj multiplayer dobra igra. Two of Us, kako se već zove, nešto tako, nešto daju. Moram da vidim, ne znam, i još neku japansku. Onaj Essential paket.
Cat's my name, the cat's my name. Evo ga. Ga neko vidio?
Kecman se sakrio.
Da. Reduce skill cooldown 20%. Increase skill duration by 15%.
Ili ja će da budeš raspoložen možda u toku večeri, možda kasnije tamo naravno.
Hoćeš, nije problem. Pa igrao sam ja i danas, nego nema nikog, onda ne volim da mlatim praznu slamu.
Pravo da ti kažem, odradio sam istu foru kao juče, iz treće, brate, znači, lego sam oko 12, pola 1 koliko bilo, spao sam 5, juče sam spao do 4, znaš, usto, levo, levo, sad ću još malo da se iskuliram i slobodan sam šta krivi danas, tako da, kažem ti možemo kasnije ako budeš bio u raspoloženju. Ja kapiram da ćeš sad sa Catmanom da šuriš Remnant.
Možda će on tada igrati, jel da?
Evo ga na srećnik.
Evo me, bude li mi neko rekao da prekidam... Skiri gacu, pačekaj, nisam završio, skiri gacu. Šta je bilo sad, čutimo?
Ništa. Ma ne, gledam neki stream šuter.
Dobro. Ništa, Ilija, što igramo?
Skačemo pravo.
Ilija, sad se
ovo je Remnant, to?
Pa možemo i Helldiver sa Slavkom, samo dobijemo ga bossa.
Ne možemo.
Znam da je cimanje, ali...
Hvala Slavko, cenim to.
Ne možemo, ali znam da Catman čeka da igra dečku s tom Helldiverse.
Što ne čeka ništa?
I Catman ako želi, naravno.
Nije pod obavezom.
Da igramo posle Helldiverse. Tako Catman.
Nije pod obavezom.
Ma ne, mogu ja da igram bilo šta drugo, mislim. Mogu ja i ovaj Dark Tide.
Čekam sad gospođu.
On je za ekipne sportove.
Da bome da mi dođe s posla i onda malo da iskuliram.
Igrao sam Dark Tide, ali nisam mogao da pređemo onaj challenge, znaš?
Ej, daj bre Ilija da vidim taj Dark Tide, ja ga imam, dobili smo ga uz Monthly.
Ajde, Catman je Dark Tide.
Barem da vam gledam taj stream.
Hoće ljubim u tog bossa pa onda...
Ne, Dark Tide, zato što sam teo da igram sam tu misiju, nisam mogu, znam. I simu sam teo, Slavko je kriv. Za ovo je Slavko kriv!
Znam.
Ne, pošto sam kliknuo na ovo, nema se zaći ću iz igra, nije problem.
Ja sam
posle da ispoštuješ Ilija Catmana. Za Remnant.
Ne, kad sam teo da vidim Path of Exile 2. Ja sam mu nešto malo prezentovao i čini mi se da...
Nisam, htio sam vidim te klase, nisam mogao danas isto, imao goste ceo dan.
Kakve klase ima u Path of Exile? I koliko?
4, 5
u sam ih ja vidio kod 6, mislim.
Tako, ali to je u startu, imaš posle još 1, 2, ja mislim.
Aha.
Ozbiljno? 6 na početku i još jedno 2 posla.
Pa da, tako je bilo u Pet Fexar jedinici, kad već određenu količinu, određeni
jeste, imaš i onog Siona, jeste Siona sa imao da otvoriš.
To ti kao polubog, nešto ta varijanta skontosa, kao Titan klas. I on ti starta sa sredine, on ima kao dostupne sve, bukvalno, mislim,
da, nešto njega možda gradiš, jeste, pomoći.
Svi imaju isto stablo, a Sion ima isto stablo s kojeg kreće sa sredine. Svi kreću sa strane, on kreće sa sredine. Či imaš, pa jeben ga, ja mislim da si više entisan da DPS po to logici.
Pa da, ali si mogu da ga gradiš, ono da bude bilo šta, na taj neki fazon. Warriori su kretali tamo negdje sa crvene zone gdje ima najviše strengtha i healtha. Novi templari su bili nešto između tog strengtha i magije, pa su kretali to negdje između. Da, ima to dobro, zato to je drugi smisao tamo bio, ono, s tim stvarima.
Ali isto je stablo za sve, samo je pitanje kako ćeš da startaš.
Pa da, samo dakle ćeš da kreće tvoja klasa.
Mislim, ne znam, to više poštujem u neku slobodu da ti daju, razumiješ da sam sebi builda klas.
Možda previše.
A dobro, point je što se ljudi, nemoj se ljudi se izgube kad im daš mnogo slobode. Da ljudima previše slobode i neće znati gdje vidi.
Nije problem što si imao previše slobode, nego što nisi mogao da iskoristiš tu slobodu, zato što si bio, znaš, ono, zaključan, znaš, kao ne možeš ti da dođeš i da klikćeš tu, ne znam koliko hoćeš, ono.
Ne, ima određeni sled stvari koje moraš da uzmeš.
Znaš, ono, problem u tome što je bilo nešto free to play igra i pored tome što nisi te... Da, mislim, jeste i dalje, nego nisi imao da resetuješ to što si napravio, razumiješ? Nego si morao da čekaš neki patch ili ja ne znam koliko je to koštalo.
Chaos Orbova košta, mnogo košta Chaos Orbova i to ti previše skupa zebancija, ti to farmuješ da bi samo da bi 100 karaktera. I onda su ljudi šta, krene s jednom klasom, brikuje sam sebe, onda uzme opet kreni s početka. I to je naporno. I to niko ne radi, niko.
Uopšte nije lako.
Ne.
A kroz gameplay si dobio isto te neke artefakte, mislim ne artefakte, nego ono nešto da možeš da vratiš poene, ali to ti je da vratiš 1 ili 2 zadnja, ono tako i onda to ti mnogo ne znači kad jebe ga kreneš celu pogrešnu putanju i pogrešiš sa ne znam 30 komada.
S ti mentale?
Da. Ali kako je da mi dobio čitalo? Mentale.
Ne možemo mi novu misiju, moramo te levelamo prvo.
Promenit će lika.
Nema da menjaš lika, igraš s tim.
To sam ovako kliknuo, nemam pojma, od njega sam zadnji igrao.
Možemo ti ga levelam.
Rekao je level treba, imam ja 30 levela, svi su mi 30.
Džaba, za ovo nam treba ekipa, ja sam igrao na petici, ovo je 6-ica. Da, ovo je 5-ica, mi smo igrali na 4-ci, nismo mogli da spređemo. Na 4-ci smo mogli da pređemo.
Sisice.
Nisam, 1, 2, da, samo ti sisice, da.
Special assignment. Special. Vidim, imaju ga u ponudi, brate, na PSN-u. Isto nude. Ne znam da li ima crossplay. Nisam ga googlao da vidim.
Yes.
A na Steamu ga imam, ali jebi ga još to na deku nije kako treba, znaš. Ma da radi.
Ali da jeste.
Šta, brate, to je to. Nije mi to, manje mi pada mi ispod 30 FPS-a, sve sam ti rekao šta.
Da, rekao si mi.
Nije to, brate.
Zovi.
Social. Le social.
Sele.
Le social.
Gdje si, Cecilija? Masteris... Imaš novo oružje, znaš?
Cecile.
Imaš onaj Force Sword, onaj dvoručni. Što ispaljuje kao shockwave.
Da, to sam vidio u onom preview.
To možda kupiš u armoriju. I da ga upgradeš tamo kod kovača.
Pogledaj ti ovo, čovječe, ovi meni su puni.
Treba mi Blood Letter. Pa to kako igraš, buđiš ovaj master, je? Salvo.
Jesi vidio novi trailer za Haska ovog iz Killing Floor 3?
Simke je bacao te klipove, ja nešto ne delim toliki hype od kad su me ovladili developeri ovoga Paydaya 2 s Paydayom 3.
Bio sam prisutan dok si refundovo, sve si mi rekao, znam.
Igrao tutorial, ušao u prvi meč.
Gledao sam sve sam vidio ili ispratio sam.
I
Kecmane.
Oj.
140 čovječe, baš pričam ili mi kredita ostalo za novi Warbound. Dobar sam.
Je.
Je.
A vidi, oni idu cijelu zonu. Dok je nih jevog terminal, je li to ili ja?
Pa i jesu, ali moment sam, stani.
I trust you are pleased, Varlet.
Yes, I'm pleased.
Assault Chain Axe, idi bre.
Da, ima tu svašta nešto fino.
Pa vidi. Kecmane, koja si ti klasa, brate, u igri, sad, trenutno?
Zilac. A?
Ne, ja sam veteran, nisam veteran, a?
I šta taj veteran kao klasa radi tu?
Dobro pitanje.
Ima kao najviše buffova na pucanje.
Znači kao tipa DPS lik, ono, kao u ekipi, ono?
Da, ali više za pucanje, mislim, naravno može se biješ, ali ono, kao imaš neke dodatne bonuse.
A Ilija vjerovatno ima 3 stvari koje radi, pretpostavljam. Minimum.
Ne, jednu stvar.
Šta si ti? Ti si ovdje, trenutno, monah.
Zilat.
Jel leči taj monah?
Pa nabacuje armor svima. Ovo ti je petica, neće mi moći preći sa random. Ali ako te zanima...
Nemo da staviš peticu, onda...
Ne može ništa lakše, ne može ništa lakše. Ima neka četvorka da, razumeš? Neka da četvorku.
Brati pažnji, Kecmane. Evo brati ti pažnji.
Ali viš, svi su maksimalni level, tako da ne boj se. Svi ćemo izgledati.
Evo te nemamo jednog ogreja.
Nema mese.
Neki će kaže da izginemo, neki će se vratiti.
All shall die.
Ajoj.
3 veterana i 1 zilat. This will be good. Odličaj.
Ako možda dobijemo ogreja.
I Psyker je dobro došao.
Da.
Za CC.
Ne, baš onako izgledaš cool u tom
Ne znaš koji si?
CC-ali.
Ali kako izgleda?
Ne, ovo je ćelavi.
On je ćelavi, žena.
Šalim se.
On ima te metalne čizmice, viš?
Pa vidim. Toga loži, kaže, voli da putka iz Uzija dok trčka na ovim štiklicama, znaš,
Jest, metalne štiklice.
To znam se gdje čovjek može da nađe sebi ovdje dobro štikle, brate, ali tu vidiš nema toga igra.
Znaš ono, pengi.
Ja nosim one radničke cokole okovane. Klasičan zidarski model.
Calling through the dark.
Rock and stone!
I was meant for better.
Radi mi voice chat u igri. S čujetno.
We're on
Testing, is the on, thing on?
Čuje.
Ali ti se ne čuješ. Moraš svaki put kad menjaš neka podešanja igru da odeš u opciji da izabereš manuelno mikrofon, znaš? To ti je oko free informacija. Što bi ti čak savjetovao da samo guramo, znaš? Jer nema šanse da pređemo. Da čak i ne istražujemo mapu, samo da trčimo.
To da, ali ne možemo samo da trčimo.
Bravo, robim i helpom. Dođo sam upravo ga. Behind us.
Ilija, nesrećniče. Barem je bilo kako.
Dogs! Iza nas, herovi. Ne čuvaj kjer sam.
Čujem, brate, ali ono, ne sam biti sami.
Dobro, da ne bude, da nisam neko.
Ma jesu neko i nije, brate, ali ono, znaš.
No. Evo ti sad. Više.
Rođere.
Ne možemo mi ovdje pritisati da pođemo bez dogovaranja i glasne komunikacije.
Ne trebaju ti likovi koji umiju da igraju ovo, brate, na maksimalnoj težini, razumiješ? Ovdje niko ne igraš na maksimalnoj težini, ovdje su svi su novi i lični.
Ja sam igrao na četvorci i stigli smo do pola mape i poginuo nam je Psyker i krenuli smo da ga izbavimo. Prešli smo skoro pola mape bez njega.
Nisam trebalo pokušati da dižem tamo ljude.
Ne, definitivno ne.
You have failed the Emperor.
Šta je communication with S.W.Frost and backend?
Isto. Communication with backend server. Moj milis će podigrat Han Shodan ponekad. Ne, nije ni zavancija.
Hoćeš neke random misije da bijemo ili?
Neće, tebe znaš šta ću dobiti. Dobit ću jebeni vols koji spi, onda mogu da igram i Diablo, nekako se zovu pitave.
Diablo?
Ne. Šta radi, 20% iskustva, već si maksimalni level.
Ma ne, uzet ću ja sebi ogre, a ti biraj misiju koju hoćeš,
Ajde, uzmi, promeni karakter. Ovo je nemoguće, zato što ne daje ništa lakše, daje samo petica, znaš, za ovo visi. Bilo je malo lakše, pa je dao četvorku, znaš. I četvorka se mogla nekako igrati, ali ovo nema šanse. I to čak ja mislim da nije ni moguće sa bukvalno 4 iste klase ili sa 3 iste klase. Znači treba ti taj variety. Zbog sinergije.
To da. Niko nema dobar puš kao što Ogra ima.
Pa niko nema CC za mobove, za trash kao što ima
Striker,
Jest, također. Zilot može da ih razgrne sve odjednom i da napravi malo mesta, razumeš, za disanje. Ne mora da ih pobije, ali može da ih razgrne.
Da ih sačga.
A ne baš da ih sačga, ali... Sad moj omiljeni sport.
Nisam samo nešto sam žgavao.
Da ga nagnu.
Dobro, da, može i to.
Monkey woman. Monkey business. Ti stvarno nemaš samo ogrina imaš, jel? Samo onoga jednog karaktera imaš level 30.
Sve su mi 30 sam ogra.
Ej, Kecmane, lepo ti stoje ti brakčići, ozbiljno.
Odmah sam htio da odijem dobar brok.
Security's tighter than ever, but if you can get your hands on the cipher idents, that won't be a
Imaš da napraviš crnog godina, ne znam kako.
get the data uploaded. But watch yourselves, they'll be
Imaš onda tamo ono da im biraš boju kože, mislim.
Da, ali to još nisam gledao. Samo jednog sam vidio danas.
Meni nije mi palo na pamet, ja sve to...
Ja sam napravio bio crnog barbaren od Diablo, to mi je bilo isto duhovito. Si pravi onog predplanovog Conan tipa, znaš, ili kao ala Skyrim, znaš, varijant.
Vidim da su nasetovali i ogru talente.
Pa rebalansirali su bili svima talente, znaš. Kako se sad mogu s drugom klasom. Polovi.
Važi, a šta ćeš ti?
Sad mi došla gospođa malo da izblejimo, pa upadam posle da rokamo ako ste u raspoloženju da je...
Pa kem da ga. Mislim da ja sam voli timski sport, nisam siguran. Jeste da ja završio sve one, kako se zovu, borbene pasove, čak i one mobile sam završio, sad sam već očajan. Medalje stoje u mestu. 170, 250 medalja, znači ne mogu ništa da kupim i doći.
A kako ti je situacija sa brodom?
To ćeš se malo načekati. To što ti treba mnogo resursa za svaki jebeni podmišlji oblik.
Ma to znam, recimo prednji trap. Što bi se mitraljezi i sva sranja sam na kuću na maks za sad. Uglavnom su mi svi moduli zadnji pored peti taj, razumiješ?
The hunt is on.
Ja pa imat ću onda, ako ikad taj dan dođe, znaju jednu stvar da ću imati lepše ime nego ti.
Simbol korupcije, pazi.
Uzmi sam.
Brale, gledaj ovo! Jebeno bura mi izguralo van mapu. Ništa, gledaj za knjige, ne znam šta ti kažem. Jogo, majko. Nedaleko od vas, sam ide ti Ranger, pazi.
Idu dva?
Jednog sam vidio.
3.
Znaš da ih ne udaraš, to se ja sporo provalim. Nego ih guraš, to radi. Možeš pa da ih pušaš da bi ih udarali, ako samo udaraš, bit će. Nemaš toliko brzo da ih DPS-aš. Thank you. Znači, niko me nije udario i jednom, nego me eksplozija izgurala. To ma ga reći na pravilniku.
To ga pogodio s kamena u glavu i samo super 2-0.
Šta je bilo? Povodi je šta? Umre šta?
Da.
Kamen imaš po kočicama, se sam na polu. Bolje imam ja kočić ovih bunca, imam damage buff kada imam maksimalnu količinu ovih rana.
No, vidim da si uzao koliko, 6 komada si uzao.
Imaš kao stekove toga mortirdoma, koji ti kao mučeništvo. Ovdje negdje može biti knjiga. Svi da je Holy Scriptures. Ja, ovdje se isto lako gine, evo. Round 1. Našao je. Ajmo dalje. Otprilike na ovom stadijumu nivou, ovo ti je oko 20... Ovo ti je 30% makta, mislim. Moraš naći jednu. Mislim, trebalo bi jedna da ima. Dva snajpera. Dva snajpera je da. Brš! Brš! Malo ovdje neki secret.
O, psovi.
Dogs!
O, koga ovaj kamen razvalio.
Stop wandering off like that.
To s teksturom ih neće pomiti. Book! Knjiga. Ovdje. Šta si uzeo? Pa to ti je mele oružje, znaš, isto.
O, da, dosta ti njega to ponašao.
Možda bije s tim, zato što je jeben ga neki heavy launcher. I toliko je teška ta bazuka da možeš da glavu slomiš. Evo ti Medipack ovdje hoćeš. Medipack!
Ja mislim da ne mogu da pokupim.
Ne možeš da ga pokupim, možeš da ga iskoristiš.
Oj, ti se zbacio ko slipful.
Nazad imaš Medipack.
Nisam u fazonu za razbacivanje, ali...
Ovo je trojka. Polis.
Ti vidio? A nisam ovaj drugi.
Ali one lobanje jako teško primetiš. Bar se meni čini. Nađeš prvu, drugu. I onda kasnije sve ostale su ono na nekim mjestima gdje se sponu jako puno neprijatelja i onda...
The water seethes with corruption. Where is everyone?
Sorry, no sorry. Ja si gleda kada voice actor što daje glas tome veteranu igra Warhammeri i kad priča s njima preko voice chat i likovi znaš, neko skapira, neko baš i ne, neki igrači su previše napeti jer bi skontali da je to bukvalno originalni voice actor. Neko vjerojatno ne primeti zato što se ne razlikuju puno recimo njegovi ti, znaš, kako se zove, banter taj chat u toku borbe od samog karaktera. A neko ko igra dugo igru, znaš, skonta razliku. I onda neko kao, hej, kao imaš baš dobar mikrofon. Thank you! Dosta zabavan lik. Gledao sam jedan ili dva neka YouTube videa gdje on kao igra sa random nekim timom, znaš. U suštini pitanje je dosta njih neće ni toliki napor da uloži, znaš, radit će neki intervju i kao mi smo zapravo fanovi igre ili podržavamo 100%, ali...
Da, to je ono što se kao kažu, ali da li zaista tako misle?
Brale! Aj ga, majke. Mrš!
There are answers in this place, but you will require your auspexes to find them. What are you waiting for?
Oh, doido! Qual é o dia por lá?
ovo ćete jako će skenirati.
Sufficient. Upload to the servo skull if you would be so good. Cipher ident acquired. Key access granted. Proceed to elevator. Elevator, you'll get company.
Gdje si umro?
Ne sam umro, nego ja da spasim ovoga i pojavi se ovi sa mrežom, dok sam ga vidio da ne sam mrežom. Zašto neko ne bije ove? Kako ih ne vide ljudi?
Ove specijalne?
Ne, nego obične.
Bijem ih ja ako priđu. Nije baš dobro rješenje, ali da? Mnogo gunera ima upućeni s ovdje.
Znači, samo trebamo upucati nekako uđu.
A treba ih kanalisati nekako da uđu u neki test nesozor, da nas ne biju na otvoren.
Otvoreno, pa nemaju ni toliko zaklona.
How do you end up joining the Inquisition anyway?
Da, mislim da likovi ovdje imaju previše slične glasove.
Pa nemaju puno ovih voice aktora, znaš.
A marquee past. There is no foe too strong for our faith. Let's see a bit.
Diži ga, tu je, diži ga. Me puzme neko od njih.
Got anything to do with it?
This bridge would have been thick with supplicants back in the day, begging for the Ragged King's favors.
Hello. Što se radi?
Bravo. Neće jedno ne igramo. Warhammer.
Dark ti ide, Vermin ti ide bez Vermin.
Guys, nimam post. Muti. Ga čuješ?
Da, i ne želim da mu priđem. Ako ga neko aktivira, brate, taj neko.
Ideš direktno na njega, bojim se. Gledaj, držao sam blok. Ide u katastrofu, jebote!
Gdje je Markić?
Što ti?
Ustavnjak išću. Šta radiš? Išta. Malo s randomima nema.
Ono su svi ljudi samo razmišljati.
Slušaj, ja sam otišao bio na ovoga lika što ima bacaš planu.
Ne znam, nisi, brate, nisi ti, ti ja nismo cijel tim, razumiješ, to ne kažem ono, glupovi što nisu napravili
koji je peticu. Aha.
Ne, ali znam, koji peticu, znači...
Ovi ne mogu trojku da igrati.
Pod osim neku trojicu, čovječ.
Kako je bilo kill? Te probaj.
Pa, dobro, je pin.
Imali gužu, promenadu. Pa imamo, ono, standard.
S mojim burazom si bio. I sa stalkerom.
Gdje ste bili sa stalkerom?
A u promenadu Novi Sad. Mislim u Novi Sad.
Tržni centar promenadu. Novi Sad.
Da ste kupili?
Ništa. Windows shopping. Jebi ga.
Windows shopping, to najbolje, najbolje.
Najjeftinije. Najpovoljnije.
Izgledajte, imate što vam imate gdje da sedrete i boli vas u.
Gdje si
Volio bi da ti kažem gdje sam, ali
Vidim ispod.
Ovo i ovo vidim to, ne znam, ne baš mogu orijentirati.
Reći ćemo duos, šta ćemo? A ima li od ovih nekog, nema? Ne vidim nikog da je ovo vani. Sad ću mi zvat Bekor, imat će vani. Ako oni zaboravili da igra.
Shotgun i sablje zapravo. Ti odbijemo. Nije kao da zna neke napredne mehanike.
Data retrieval site logged. Proceed with haste.
When did it get so lonely?
Dva balerina, evo.
Nož je dobar, a karaktera imam koliko hoćeš takvi, znaš. Dovoljno će biti onaj Battle Pass, do koliko misliš 2-3 klobna. Krajte klobna.
Pa ja ću imati još ovaj put da kupim Battle Pass za 1000 i onda više nemam, ne znam kako mi dopunim.
Imaćeš, znaš kako ćeš. Imaš koliko ti treba Battle Pass, 6 nedelja, tako. Svake nedelje imaš da radiš 4-5 zadataka, svaki zadatak je po 10...
Čekaj, tebi se tu nešto i vraća, jel ono kad igramo taj event?
Da, kad igraš event vraća ti se, ali svaki weekly challenge ti je 40 do 50 bloodbomba, mislim da je 50. Znači ako radiš Battle Pass, jebi ako završiš Battle Pass za 2 dana, onda ništa, ali ja obično igram polako Battle Pass, dok završim čitav Battle Pass, uradim weekly challenge oko 80%, znaš.
A, čekaj, to neće sad ukinuti to za goldovi?
Misliš weekly challenge, šta?
Ne, generalno da više neće moći ovi Bloodbondi da se nađu i niti dobiju igru.
Gdje si to pročitao?
Ne znam gdje se to
A ne, zlatnih kasa nema, to sam ja danas
Ne javlja, ja sam spavao već. Spavao me, to se sad. Pola 9.
The data interrogator requires your attention.
Throwing grenade! Now you're all alone!
Pomoć. Nema pomoć, nema pomoć. Ne znam šta radite, ovo mora da se uradi. Ne znam šta radite. Znači, ovo je glavni objektiv. Znači, nije kao sam zalutao negdje. Razumeš? Krenuo sam ovo da hakujem, znači svi ste random.
Sve mi je poznato.
Oho. Vidi. Ali ih nema da hakuje, mogu. Dobra. Uši.
Ovom doš.
Šta dugo biti?
Ще да мръсим огън. Защото се пъти tako za vuku nekako u mene i ne vidim.
Što si ogroman. Imaš da odeš kod onoga plastičnog hirurga da ti promeni izgled i visinu da smanjiš, da. Ako hoćeš da budeš... Mislim da je fora da bude malo više pogrebljen, znaš, ne baš toliko više fizički da je... Promijeniti se malo FLV, budeš relativno niži.
Mano,
random inputs until it worked, but it is now working.
Gledaj. Ušao u sobu kod nas, direktno.
Ovo je gospodin.
O, beka.
Ne, još nije ušao u sobu.
Hello, guys. Evo ovako, kad čute, od ove partije nema ništa.
A zato što koriste vjerojatno Discord i ti si random.
Ma ne, random ti ili...
I niko ne priča.
Što random ima, bruto.
Mislim da ovdje izlazi, znaš.
Izlazi iz pak. Bar da je Nevena ili ovaj muž je online, brate. Nema niko. Jedino ako će Ilija poslije bačim. A eto, može Ilija.
Možda malo kasnije. Trenutno igram ovo. Jebi ga, igrao sam ja Hunt, ali nije bilo nikog.
A kad si igrao?
Znam, Markić, pre koliko? Sat i po dva. Uzeo sam da igram Path of Exile, ali Path of Exile ima toliko nestabilne servere.
Jel jesu, a?
A ne dam se. Mislim da sastaje 10 minuta gameplaya od mene. Izlogovala me instant.
Mene baš to čudilo, jebi ga, ne znam se to pomenuo, ono kad se prvi put, prilično se resetovao. Znaš da se to pomenuo, ali, znači, to je fora. Jebi ga.
Dobro rade server jer je bit će to bolje.
Naravno će biti bolje, samo što jebiš early access. Kad treba da igra da krene, kao u release?
Ne znam, ako misliš da je ovo PTR, nije. Jeste skupljaju feedback kod igrača, također od streamera koji probavaju, ali...
Ne, nego daš ja kapiram da, ne znam, kakvi su, koliko ima kontenta u igri, serverima kako rade. Rekao bi da situacija nije najbolja, ja sam kapirao da to neće pre sljedeće godine biti.
Ha. Sad je kraj godine, ti vidi.
Pa zato ti kažem, mislim ono, jebi ga pre tamo, jebi ga našao negdje, u prvom kvartalu, tako to radi.
Ha.
Čim se on ne javlja, Makić, kak je on ti je... Umori se on, znaš, čim se malo šeta, umori se on, ka beba, brate.
Na Petrolinskom tvrđavu mora da napravi pauzu, nije mogao da prati moj korak.
Ajde, nemojte zabavati ljudi, pa čovjek još kao trenira i vežba nešto, ono.
Pa upravo zato što trenira i vežba.
Au.
Mnogo kalorija gori.
Ma ko trenira, ti kecmane, ko trenira?
Vozi biciklo i... Sobno biciklo. Kažem biciklo.
Nekad si i trenirala, sad boga mi...
Slabo.
Nema od treninga ništa.
Čekaj, gdje je prodavac za oružje? Čekaj, ili samo da vidim da mogu kupiti neko drugo oružje?
Možeš, bazno oružje pa da ga unlockaš. Kupi novo.
O to, da ne možem buzdovanom, rekao da vidim nešto drugo da isprobam.
Osim ako ne skupljaš XP.
A ne, samo mi buzdovane nudi.
Ne, imaš, slušaj me sad. Idi u shop.
Da?
Idi u shop i kupi, ono, bukvalno beli ili zeleni taj oružje. Ne znam kako ti ovo objasnim. Brute Armor, ja mislim da se to zove. Znaš?
Znaš kako, imam sve bili klabove.
To ti je...
Jedan liver.
To ti je komisar je ovdje, znaš? Ne, nije ovdje. Brute Armor.
Armor Exchange.
Jest. Ali ideš na opciju da naručiš, znaš. Gdje je to?
Blunt. Requisition Armor i Blunt Armori.
Ne, Blunt Armor i biraš tačno što hoćeš. Sve možda kupiš kategorije. Sve koje tvoje klasa možda koristiti.
Cleaver. Šavla, hoću Blunt, ovaj Power Mold da kupim jedan.
Uzmi.
Blunt.
Imaš i nova range oružja.
Aha, i onda to kupujem na random, a čekaj što dobijem sve belo.
Ne, odeš, idi onda kod ovoga oružara da
naprediš šariti. Aha, kapiram, jedno tamo napredim, dignem to.
Jest, tako je. You get it.
A to je Requisition, da je to je dole. Komisar, je li to tu, je li tako, jest?
Armor Exchange. Ovdje. Smo ja i ti na istom hubu.
Ne znam. Ne, mislim nego napređenje, da se to radi ovdje u komisariji.
Ne. Mehanikus. Ova ženska ovdje. Shrine of Omnissiah. Shrine of Omnissiah i ideš in treat Hadran. I onda radiš Empower. Budeš Rarity i... ono... Power. Dobiješ random trait na početku, a kasnije možda zamijeniš kako se ono otjučaš master.
I što mu radimo? Radimo Consecrate.
Da. Da kao budiš.
A što je samo vrednost 100?
Imaš i Empower isto. Ali za Empower ti treba da uradiš Mastery. Pa radi još jednom Consecrate.
Da, nema veze, znaš kako meni su...
Prvo si ide na zeleni pa na plavi. Ja bi ti savjetovao do plavog da ga guraš, ako imaš para uzmi ljubičasti.
A, nije loško, mislim, ne zbog čega, zato što je moje oružje bilo 90. Znači ovo je upgrade. To je to. Ništa, ja sam spreman.
Dobro. Šta si uzeo, buzdovan?
Da, ovo sam uzeo Power.
Možeš i pušku da promeniš.
I novo...
Imaš novu pušku, da. neki kao taj chain gun, ali jači, ja mislim, ne znam kako se zove.
Double barrel sam neki uzeo.
Je double barrel chain gun?
Da, twin linked heavy.
Sve čini da nismo u istom hubu.
Ne znam, ništa se mene tiče možda pokreniš.
Nisi go napredio.
Pa ne znam, imamo ovaj, čini mi se da mi je dobar ovi što imam. Kao bazukica, ona ima 4 pucanja. Nije loše, lep je za crowd control, ono.
Evo ti je Maelstrom level 3.
Šta je Maelstrom?
Igrali smo ga prije. Imaš gore desno, ti piše Komisar Duquesne has ordered you to prove your worth. I piše ti onda Complete Maelstrom mission.
Da je nagrada za to?
Dobiješ kod nje novi tip misija da radiš. Kao Pit ili kao Infernal Horde.
Kao igra svojim randovima,